All right, good morning once again. You're welcome to day 2 of this landmark conference, and we want to get into it. Time is already fast spent, and we want to get into the day's program. Yesterday was quite fruitful and engaging. I think we can all agree. We discussed so many things revolving innovation and what ladies are doing as well around the continent. And one of the things I also learned is that sometimes innovation entails, creating new inventions, but sometimes it's also using already what exists, in different ways. And no one embodies this better than a woman, especially the African mother. I don't know how many of you are like me. So I'll just give you an example. If the technical team could just display that image. So to the ordinary person, that is the ordinary slipper that you can use in the bathroom. But in the hands of light, it is louder than thunder. And if you encountered it, or rather if it encountered you, you would mistake it for the wrath of God. And that invention is the reason as to why many of us are disciplined, even up to today. I think we can all agree. So we celebrate women because you have been doing this for years, and maybe some of you did not know that you were actually inventing and you are innovative even in the home. So this and many other inventions, and like I mentioned, we're going to listen to very many case studies as well today. Of what women are doing all over the continent. So like I mentioned, thank you technical team. Like I mentioned, we're going to get into the program for day 2. And we are going to start off with a presentation covering the overview of AFRIPI and its activities. Our speaker is in the house, Miss Nancy Samurio. You heard her yesterday as she delivered remarks on behalf of AFRIPI. And she'll be taking us through this presentation, which will highlight AFRIPI's work on strengthening IP in Africa, aiming to boost intra-African trade and investment between Africa and Europe. And so I will invite Miss Nancy as well to just come and take us through this presentation. Let's appreciate her, give her a hand clap as she comes up. And we believe that this presentation will be engaging.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you had a very good rest last night. And I hope we're still inspired as men and women today to carry on with our journey of innovation. My presentation is going to be very interactive, so please feel free to just stop me whenever you have a question, and I'll be happy to just, answer issues on the spot as we go along. But the point is for us to be alive and just make it work. So I'm honored once again to be representing AFRIPI this morning. And in this session, we're just going to be giving an overview of AFRIPI and its activities in this Women in IP conference. Let's see, technology, whether we move. Just trying our pointer there. It's moving. Okay, thank you. Just technology there, thank you. So in terms of the overview, I'm just going to, first of all, give an overview of AFRIPI EU IPO. I think in yesterday's introduction, I did mention that AFRIPI is an EU-funded partnership organization for IP, and it is co-funded by the European Union and implemented by the European Union Intellectual Property Office. So hence, what AFRIPI does in terms of women is aligned to what the ethos of the the EUIPO and the EU is. And then I'll just give an overview of some of AFRIPI and its activities. Then I'll give a few highlights in honor of our guests involving Uganda. And then I'll talk about the Africa IP SME Help Desk and then questions and answers. So as I did mention, AFRIPI is an international cooperation project. It is funded and directed by the EU. Then it is co-funded and implemented by the European Union Intellectual Property Office. The aim of AFRIPI is to promote intellectual property rights across Africa. So we are definitely Pan-African. And in this regard, I might mention that in terms of location, AFRIPI being implemented by the EUIPO has got staff who are based in Alicante, Spain. Then in Africa, we are in 3 locations. The first one is at OWAPI, catering for the 17 OWAPI member states, where the project's deputy leader sits. And then the second one is at ARIPO, with the 22 member states, where the project leader sits. Ms. Ida Galindo is not here. Then we also have an expert who sits in Ghana, serving the AFCTA. And then the overall objective of AFRIPI is to facilitate intra-African trade. That is an important facet that some people often forget. They think it's just European trade, but it's intra-African trade and investment between Africa and Europe. So the whole aim of the AFRIPI project on the ground is to operationalize cooperation between Europe and Africa using intellectual property rights as an enabler of trade and investment. With the focus of women and IP, I thought I could just, link this activity to the ethos of the EU and the EU IPO in terms of women, which then, cascades to how AFRIPI prioritizes women and its activities towards women. So the first foundational principle that guides AFRIPI through this association with the EU and the EUIPO is the foundational value of equality between men and women. This is a non-negotiable value of the EU. Men and women are considered to be equal. And this is also reflected in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, which prohibits any form of discrimination, including sex-based discrimination. But what is interesting is that the same EU Charter of Fundamental Rights also recognizes the protection of IP as a fundamental right. And I think this is quite interesting because in some legal jurisdictions, IP is not regarded as a fundamental right, but in the EU it is. So what is the main question arising? I would say the quite 2 that arise. So, what is the current place and role of women in the IP ecosystem? And can IP contribute to achieving equality and a more inclusive society? Taking on question number 1, the current place and role of women in the IP ecosystem, as we heard yesterday, we have made strides and we shouldn't belittle. We still have a lot of legwork to do. We still have a lot of catch-up to do. So I've put in red the figures that we need to maybe track according to various studies. So the first one that I looked at was the EUIPO on women and design, a study of April 2023. It identified challenges, 3 of which, 1, and I thought these ones are common to most of our countries. The persistent gender gap. In the EU, as of 2023, about 24% of EU designers were female, and that is quite, pale considered to 7. There was also the issue of the pay gap. I don't know whether it is because us women, we do not negotiate strongly for our pay. It's one of the talking points that we must say, do we actually articulate what we want in our contracts of engagement, contracts of employment, professional services? But that showed that women earn 12.8% less on average than males. And then on the output rate, 21% of the designs registered in the EU-based honors had at least one woman designer. So the silent question is, are we not outputting designs? Is it because we have other things, childbearing, children, careers? What affects our output rates? And we would like to have that session where, from your feedback, we want to understand the challenges that women face in being prolific in IP generation. Then moving away from the EU IPO, I also looked at the WIPO statistics. In 2022, the reports, which is the latest I could find, they accounted for about 21% of listed designers in the global industrial design applications found in the database. Only 21% were women. And according to WIPO, though, they said the catch-up rate is not expected until 2099, which is actually quite scary, even though we are making progressions. And then I also looked at WIPO's study, which showed that 13% of inventors listed in the international patent applications are women, meaning 87% are male, showing that we really have to do a lot in terms of catching up between men and women. And then, despite these issues, we also looked at the EPO study, which showed that in 2022, compared to the past years, less than 1 in 7 inventors in Europe were female, again showing that there wasn't much. So what is the EU IPO, which trickles down to AFRIPI, done to remediate some of these actions? I found that what they have done is to take out promotion of initiatives aiming at promoting gender equality and supporting women. So one of them is the Girls Go Secular initiative, where young girls involved in STEM education are actually being encouraged to be involved in the secular economy. And then they also organize trainings, girls, and they empower girls in the STEM subjects. So I think this links back to our own conversations as to what are the initiatives we are doing in our countries in order to remediate the situation of women being in the periphery of the IP ecosystem and innovation in particular. And then also the EU IPO has a strategic plan 2030, which will be launched shortly, and it contains several initiatives to promote female representation and women's leadership role in the IP world. I'm glad that we've got ROGs here, we've got women, academics that are actually doing a lot in the IP ecosystem in general. But these are some of the initiatives that they're doing. And then narrowing it down, the Harare office is, if you can believe it, 100% female. And the overall stats of our Africa-based team is 60% female. So I think there is a definite attempt to recognize talent. And if talent is a woman, I think AFRIPI is never scared to then say, here are your flowers, take it and run. So I think that is the kind of ethos that we really hope our governments, our communities, and our organizations, and ourselves will inoculate, raise girl children, and tell them that you are everything that you can be. So can IP contribute to achieving equality and a more inclusive society? Seems like a cliche position, but the answer should be a resounding yes. And, it's not just yes, but we must back our yeses with affirmative action. So in our organizations, let's take that into our countries. So with that prelude on women and AFRIPI, please allow me now to talk about AFRIPI's projects and its activities. So AFRIPI is a project. It's not a company. It's just a project, short term. So the initial project duration was 5 years from 2020, ending 31 January 2025. But I think we'll do some bit of winding down up to maybe June next year. Then the future will be determined by the funders. So cooperation with local stakeholders in Africa, so ARIPO, OWAPI, the African Union being our major stakeholders. We also work with the UPOV and the CPVO in terms of plant varieties, and we also work with other stakeholders. So the 4 pillars there, just, simply outline the components, because our activities have to be structured in a particular way. So the project funders decided that we would work in those components. And the activities that we do, all of them fall into either of those 4 components. The first one is the promotion of intellectual property international agreements. So here we promote both national, regional, international agreements, but international agreements, we focus on the Madrid Protocol, we focus on the Hague Agreement, we focus on the PCT. So the aim is to really appreciate that the world is becoming a global village. And if intellectual property rights are going to permeate trade and investment, there must be some kind of uniformity there. Then the second one that we do, which is where most of our activities fall under, is component 2, strengthening of national and regional IP institutions. So we work a lot with national IP offices. So this activity is actually implemented under component 2. Pillar component number 3, that's where we do raising awareness of intellectual property rights with a special focus on SMEs. We've been talking about innovation. This is probably also where we go. Awareness raising, because I was talking with my lady colleague from Zambia, and we identified that, people really need to know about the importance of IPRs, and then they understand the registration and the maintenance of that rights. And that need to build awareness, understanding, and respect for intellectual property can never be underestimated. And then a very vibrant component of our activity is component 4, where we support the continental strategy on GIs. As you know, the current continental strategy expired last year in September, but ARIPO is also actively involved in the renewal of the current strategy that people are working on right now. So this I'll just whiz past because I did explain, but that's just to illustrate component by component what we do. So under component 1, working with the AFCTA, we support evidence-based negotiations, and that's why we've got an expert who's dedicated precisely for that effort. International agreements, we've been supporting Mozambique for its accession to the Lisbon Agreement or the Geneva Act on GIs. And then in Nigeria, we're supporting them with a study to see the benefits of possibly operationalizing the Madrid Protocol. But we've also done a gap analysis study of their patents, trademarks, and design laws with a view to their possible accession to these international agreements. So we continue to work on demand from those countries that are not members of ARIPO and OAPI. They contact AFRIPI and then they ask for on-demand technical assistance. But OAPI and ARIPO, we coordinate the requests through OAPI and ARIPO so that we also give respect and credence in our being embedded in these organizations. Component 2, as I did mention, that's where the majority of our activities are implemented. We do Pan-African implementation, ARIPO, OAPI, and through individual countries that request support, as I did indicate with Nigeria there. Component 3, I did mention, is aimed at promoting businesses to use intellectual property so that they know how to leverage IP to grow and protect their businesses. And the help desk, I will show you a video of what we do with the help desk, but we do quite a number of outreaches there. We do webinars, we participate in business forums. We're actually here in Mnyonyo in March when there was the EU-Uganda Business Forum, and we just really go through companies, both local SMEs and EU-based SMEs, to just find out their comforts, pressure points in terms of IP. We do business fairs, we do matchmaking events, and then we also offer online and on-site training by targeting SMEs of specific countries. Component 4, as I mentioned, we support GIs, and in 2020, we assisted with the registration of Mozambique's Cabrito de Tete, their mountain goat. And then we also registered, assisted with the registration of the Penja paper, which became the first Cameroonian or ORPGI to be registered in the EU in 2022. With GIs, please allow me to mention that last year there was a significant development, as some of you know. Previously, you could only register GIs that pertained to agriculture, but the EU Parliament then extended the registration of GIs to non-agricultural products. So it's quite an interesting development, because for other countries, it's now we can register shea butter, Ghana, the Kanti fabric, artifacts. So it's a good development for us to know that this extension also has a lot of potential for our African countries. We also have done contributions to the manual on GIs on Africa. And that one I'll just whiz through. We also contribute to the Pan-African GI Hub through our expert. Some people know her, Dr. Monique Bagal. And in terms of bilateral support, these are some of the initiatives that we are doing in the screening of pilot GIs. I was excited talking to Mr. Ranjiv from Mauritius, where my colleagues were last week, just preparing for the filing of at least 3 GIs in Mauritius. Maybe at some point I'll ask Ranjiv if he's comfortable to just share on this one before the end of the presentation, just to illustrate what it is that AFRIPI actually does to countries in practice. So, Mr. Ranjiv, I don't know if you can just be ready for that intervention, or are you ready to talk about it now?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So thank you. Just to share with you that, but before I talk on the GI process in Mauritius, I would like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to ARIPO for the assistance extended to us in Mauritius to promote the protection of geographical indications in Mauritius. In fact, we have 3 out of a number of products that we have identified. The 3 main candidates for GI protection are the Mauritius unrefined sugar. Okay, and while I'm talking to you, just to share with you, the week before we had a 2-day workshop with the stakeholders. AFRIPI was there, ARIPO was there, Mr. Omiti from ARIPO, you had Monique Bagal from AFRIPI. We had the Mauritius Sugar Syndicate, organize it in a very convenient place, L'Aventure du Sucre. This is the birthplace of the sugarcane industry in Mauritius. They even have a museum there on sugar, the whole sugar industry history. And so we identified 3. I was telling you, unrefined sugar. We have the Limon de Rodrigue. Limon Rodrigue is an island, of Mauritius. It's it's like 1.5 hours flight from Mauritius, but it has a lemon, which is very specific to that region, and we are trying to promote the protection of Limon de Rodrigue, and also the rum of Mauritius. So we have 3 main candidates, and it would appear that they have already prepared the code of practice with the help of EU experts. So we have currently in Mauritius Mr. Giovanni Galanti, an Italian expert. We have the CIRAD people from France, INAO, and also Mr. Boutonnet, a French expert, who are providing all the help and assistance for us to prepare these 3 products for registration. And I'm aware that in the coming weeks, this is what we understand, that they will be in a position to file the first application for the registration of a GI in Mauritius. So we are looking forward, and there has been a lot of training that has been dispensed to a number of stakeholders. We are trying to prepare a committee of experts to examine the application, whether they fulfill the conditions of protection in Mauritius. We have experts from the various Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture. We have the Mauritius, the certification bodies and all that. They're all on board for this program, for this, to prepare us to help this office, because alone our office won't be able. We are here as a receiving office, but we rely on the help and assistance of the various stakeholders with the help of the experts to carry the process forward. So this is what I had to share with you, and hopefully by the end of this year we'll be able to register the first GI in Mauritius. It will be
Maybe-
a milestone in Mauritius. We do have the legal framework, and until now we have protected only one GI from abroad, Champagne de France, but now we are looking forward to protect the local product GI in Mauritius.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ranjiv, may we give him a hand of clap?
Thank
I think
you.
Mauritius there is doing quite a well, I think this is one of the things that AFRIP values, having people tell stories, because as a project we avoid to be perceived as a theoretical, abstract, project that's actually not doing work on the ground. But as you saw in Mauritius and you heard, there are things that are happening. So these are some of the countries where we've also assisted in the screening of pilot GIs: Chad, Comoros, Ghana, Mauritius we've already spoken, Mozambique, OAP, Nigeria, Seychelles. So that we continue to do quite a bit of work. And now focusing on Uganda and also other ARIPO member states, an important component of our strategy as AFRIP and the EUIPO is to really transform the administration of intellectual property and to make life easier for national IP offices so that they are competitive and they're also able to integrate into the global economy. And so at the core of our work is promotion of what we call the EU Intellectual Property Network. We just call them EU IP and IP tools. And Uganda, I think we need to give you a hand of clap. They are a very transformative office. They were the first one to adopt front office on 3 August 2020. I don't want to ambush them, but I hope that during the course of the whole training, they will be able to share the comforts and the efficiencies that they've been able to derive from these tools. So we continue to encourage our IP offices, to make use of these tools. They are free. You don't pay anything for them. But we have a training in Harare where there will be a demonstration of these tools when we do the training of trademark examiners and IP agents next week. We also get involved, we have had a multi-annual activity on communications training on IP. As we did mention that communicating IP is one of the stumbling blocks because people tend to think it's very complicated, the journalists don't understand it, and I don't know whether it's a case or it's a blessing that our field is called intellectual property. And for some people, that is too much to grasp. They start thinking esoteric. So I think, with the collaboration of ARIPO, we've been running, this training so that people are able to communicate effectively, simply, and practically about IP. Because when people understand, they'll gravitate towards you. When they don't understand, they turn the other way. So this has been also an activity which Uganda has been running on very, very successfully. And in terms of IPR enforcement, we visited URSB. To be honest, it's one of the very effective IP offices. And what we actually found, which is interesting, is maybe during the course of the training we can discuss it, but they've got a unique system of embedding IPR enforcement systems within the URSB. Because, most of the times when people come to register, and I speak as an agent here, to register their IPRs, they are not registering just because they want a certificate. They are registering because they want enforcement of these rights. And oftentimes the challenge is that there's a dichotomy in the registration. You've got this registration certificate, you've paid a lot of money, and you can't get enforcement. These two should talk to each other, and this is what I think the Uganda URSB office has done very effectively, and I think it's a model that we can all learn from. I personally learned a lot from it. And then they also participated in the promotion of patents and design. We had a big innovation workshop from 3 to 5 October 2023. But I mention it because we all agreed from yesterday that innovation is key to sustainable development in Africa for the future. These ones I will just pass through. And then I will now focus on the help desk. There's a small little clip that I am going to just ask that we play. Maybe, let's see.
Trade between the EU and Africa is flourishing. Europe is Africa's largest trading partner
must be a
globally,
visual.
amounting to 28% of Africa's total exports and imports.
Sorry, can we actually see the
Duty-free and
visual?
quota-free access.
It must be a visual, it's a video. The video. Sorry, please forgive the tech glitch there. It's a video.
Stand to be big winners. The Africa IP SME Help Desk is a new service providing first-line IP assistance, dedicated to European SMEs accessing African markets, helping them to protect and enforce their IP rights so they can improve their global competitiveness. What will this service comprise? The Help Desk will raise awareness on IP matters in Africa, including detailed information on national IP landscapes, training courses, online resources, and up-to-date IP news, all free of charge to EU SMEs. But it will also provide personalised and confidential advice. Our IP experts are on hand to answer your IP questions. Contact our helpline by email or telephone. For more information, visit our website.
What I can just add is that I think you heard it talking about EU SMEs. This was the first promotional video that was made, but we certainly cater for African SMEs. So we've got a promotional video that's actually coming up there. If we can just move the slides and remove the visuals and go back. Technology in the mornings. Maybe whilst they're helping us with moving the slides, I can just maybe take a few questions because it's now stuck. Okay, thank you. I don't know if there are any questions.
Trade between the EU.
But if there's a glitch, I can just summarize. Oh yes, there's a question. Yes, Madame Gamoy. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the question from Ms. Gamai. By the way, congratulations. We were doing a patent training together. Now she is a Registrar General of Liberia. So we honor you, Madam. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I wanted to know from AFRIPIC, with this launching of Women in IP, I'm asking if AFRIPIC got a specific program for women for the ARIPO member state besides this launching of the Women in IP.
Okay, thank you very much for that. No, in the formulation of the project, there wasn't that specific program for women. But I think as the project comes to an end, these are some of the things that they are looking at in deciding whether there will be an extension of the project and what will be required in the new component of the project. So we also await to be advised, but we do take note of the interests and the necessity of actually capacitating women. So hopefully, if there's an AFRIPI too, hopefully we'll have something on women specifically, because the need is there. I don't know if there are any other questions, or I can go back to finishing. I don't see a hand. So I will quickly just mention that our help desk, as I mentioned from the video, that the one that you had was focusing more on the EU SMEs. But this is because we actually have 6 help desks. But to show the importance of Africa, Africa is the biggest one. So we have help desks. I think you can see the 6 there: Europe, Latin America, Southeast Asia, China, and Africa is the biggest one. And we just really support the work that we do with the help desks. And the aim, oh, the slides are just not moving. Sometimes can have a bad day in the office. Yeah, maybe it needs a more push. Okay. So what we do is when questions, it's really open for questions. You send in your question by email. We respond within 3 working days. Support languages are 5: English, Spanish, French, German, and Italian. We can be by email, telephone, or by website. And we offer trainings online and on-site, live sessions. I think the rest you can get in the PPT. We also offer fact sheets, IP guides, case studies, and any other materials that people might want. And then we're also available on social media handles. Remove Twitter, put X. And that is all we do in AFRIPI in a nutshell. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions. Mr. Ranjiv, yes?
While you were talking to me, I got a phone call from Giovanni Galati, the Italian expert on GI. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the call, but he has just sent me an email for an update. And it could appear that he's filing the dossier for the GI report this week. And the 2 other GI products for sugar and rum, they will be filed next week.
Congratulations. Wow.
We are grateful to Africa.
Thank you. That is such beautiful news. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We all did it. Thank you very much. And yes, madam.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Caroline is my name, from Zimbabwe. I'm an SME with using IP. So I'm very, very much delighted with your presentation. And I'm sure right now I might not have questions, but along the way I would have them and you will be nowhere to be found. So I was thinking if it is possible that maybe you can share with us, myself and others who are willing, your presentation, and on our free time when we are settled, we'll revisit the presentation. If there is any need that arises, then we'll definitely get in touch with you, because as SMEs, sometimes our challenges, you find them along the way and you won't be available. And right now we are trying to grasp everything. So maybe we'll have questions later.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can help us with that. But nevertheless, I do appreciate the effort that you have a help desk for SMEs and your response timeline. For me, it is very, very good, and we hope to utilize this help desk for us to be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Regarding the presentations on the last day, all of them will be put in a flash stick. And my colleague Lynn, show yourself. Maybe she's at the back somewhere, but everyone will get a flash stick with all the presentations of the session uploaded. It's just a sign of also appreciation, and we do appreciate that, yes, we lose each other and then we never find each other. So please rest assured, but if you don't get your presentations, I will leave my details, and then we can always bilaterally contact each other, and I'll be happy to forward them. Thank you. I think as I wind up, I'll take the last question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nancy, for your wonderful presentation. I really appreciate the efforts of AFRIP in Africa. To be honest, the project has really been of benefit. Most of us have moved from somewhere to maybe where we intended to go, but at least we are somewhere. Now, my question is this. You indicated that the project is coming to an end, and part of what you are advocating for is more of a process for countries. For example, in my country, to adopt the TM class, it's quite bureaucratic. And it's something that I've been a trademark examiner before, and I embraced it. It was very helpful in terms of classification of trademarks. And as a recommendation from the Trademarks Office, we recommended that this is what we should adopt as an office. But it's just the bureaucracy that is involved. And now the project is coming to an end. So I don't know how we shall pick it up should the project not be extended, because most of these things is quite a process, but at the end of the day, the will is there for most of these nations. And secondly, on GIs. GIs is an area that, say, my country had not really taken keen interest into. But over time, in as far as the international and bilateral trades are concerned, we realize that as Africa, most of our potential is in our GIs. And as a country, currently, we have put a lot of emphasis in GIs in terms of our targets. Currently, we are looking at the potential of 3 products. 3 products is in this financial year. Some coconut-based products, and something from the north region of Kenya on camel and its products, and also from academia in the eastern region of Kenya. This, we are doing it on our own. So based on the indication that the project is coming to an end, is it already too late for us to ask for help from AFRIP, or there is still room? Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much for that. Very pertinent questions. Thank you, my sister. I will deal first with one of the tools. I do agree they take time, but I think the project has got a loose continuity factor. So when it comes to tools, if the work is not completed, the EUIPO will then continue to run with it, and they do also have their own relationship with WIPO. So that support will continue through the European Union Intellectual Property Office. And then in terms of GIs, again, I think the EUIPO will be able to handle any bilateral and on-demand technical questions together with the EU, what we call DG Trade. So that residual support will continue for anything that is started. And I must say that when we eventually come to the winding up of the project, these are some of the things that they will take into account. But the idea is to make sure that there are no loose ends when the project ends, and some of the initiatives would then be given to sister or related institutions so that there is sustainability and completion in the most, I think, complete and logical and coherent manner possible. Okay, last question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the informative, very informative presentation. Speaking from Malawi, I'm an entrepreneur. I didn't see Malawi mentioned in your presentation, and I wanted to ask if there is a possibility of getting technical support, especially for SMEs, the training, the awareness for SMEs. Yesterday I was already sharing with a colleague at UNDP, and they are quite interested in supporting some initiatives to build capacity of the SMEs in Malawi on intellectual property. So I just wanted to know if this is something you can consider if we write to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that one, I'm glad Maureen and Susan are here because Malawi is a member of ARIPO. These requests are coordinated through ARIPO. So the request is filed at ARIPO. Then ARIPO will then, the DG will then, bring in AFRIPI to the extent and to the, I think, within the scope of how the ARIPO arrangements work. So for ARIPO member states, we encourage to every state to respect this chain of command so that there is coherence and adhesion in the way that we work. It's only non-OAP, non-ARIPO member states that can approach AFRIPI directly for bilateral assistance. But if we receive that request for bilateral assistance, as AFRIPI, it is also our responsibility to channel it to our partners, ARIPO and OAP, so that, again, as I mentioned, we maintain cohesion and we maintain respect in the way that we interface in these activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you most sincerely for your time and for your attention. I don't take it for granted. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Miss Nancy. And would like to appreciate AFRIPI not just for partnering on organizing this conference, but also the work that you are doing. I've noticed that you have a lot of initiatives, gender initiatives as well, that are just geared towards enabling women be more active in this field. So we appreciate AFRIPI so much. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for the presentation as well. And like the question was answered, many of you are wondering when these presentations will be shared, but like she has said, they will all be shared later towards the end of the conference. So ladies and gentlemen, I know according to the program, we are supposed to have a coffee break, but I am going to ask if we can alter the program just a bit, because I know a lot of you still have some breakfast in you, if I am not mistaken. So what I want us to do is I want us to get into the presentation that we would have had after the coffee break, just so that we can redeem time as well for the day. I know a lot of you want to have some time to relax, enjoy the scene. There's a lake, so if we can finish the program as well early today, we'll have enough time for you to do all of that. And our next presenter is also around. This is Miss Angela Nabuki. She's from the International Federation of Phonographic Industry, based in Kenya. And she's going to be sharing on the importance and economic impact of IP strategies for SMEs. So the session will demonstrate IP's importance and economic benefits to the multi-sectoral SMEs, including those involved in traditionally conceived as complicated fields such as the music and phonographic industry. And if I heard correctly, you're an active musician, or you were an active musician. Hopefully, the presentation towards the end, you could give us just a sample of what that was like. We missed that part of your life as well, so feel free. It's all ladies here. The men can get out, and you can just take over. So let's welcome Miss Angela, and she'll take us through this presentation.
Thank you, Mark, for the pressure. Yeah. It's next is this one. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Cool. Okay, good morning, everyone. Allow me to just set up here and get used to the Okay, thank you for the opportunity. As had introduced myself yesterday, my name is Angela Ndambuki. I just have to have a disclaimer. I was actually the writer. We were a group of 3. I don't know if, I know some of you might have seen us 20 years ago. We were called Tattoo in Kenya. Of course, one of the first female groups. I guess that's why we were very, we were celebrities back then, but I'm not a celebrity anymore. So, and I can't sing, actually, you'd be surprised. I was a writer, and that's the beauty of music. You can actually have different, there are different classes of rights. You can be the writer, you can be the singer, you can be the investor. So all those are different classes of rights that, people don't usually understand the various levels of interactions with the music industry. So yes, if I sing here, I'm sure most of you will be running out, so you'll excuse me. I will not be able to sing today, but I'd like to take you through my background. I'm an IP lawyer. I did my master's in intellectual property law from the University of Edinburgh and my bachelor's of laws from the University of Nairobi. So I'm very passionate about the music industry. That's how I ended up doing intellectual property law and particularly copyright law. So I'll be speaking on the importance and economic impact of IP strategies for SMEs, but with a bias, as said, towards the recording industry. So I know I spoke briefly about IFPI yesterday, but I just wanted to just highlight that we are the voice of the recording industry worldwide, and we represent over 8,000 record company members across the globe. Our work basically is to promote the value of recorded music, campaign for rights of record producers, and expand the commercial uses of recorded music around the world. Our offices span across London, which is our secretariat, and that's where most of our operations happen. And the other satellite offices in Miami, the MENA region, in Abu Dhabi, Brussels European office, Beijing, Singapore, and Sub-Saharan Africa region in Nairobi, which we set up 5 years ago, and I'm the regional director, just in charge of the 46 countries in the region. And in our region, in the Sub-Saharan Africa, our priorities, actually, when we began, we stated that we cannot, of course, handle all the 46 countries. So we did give some priority countries to just be able to have that momentum, and we're working with these particular countries for now. We work with the other countries as well, but on a reactive basis, and we usually give support, and mainly support from the music licensing companies, who are the collective management organizations. I will go quickly through it because I understand that most of us here are not from the creative industries, so I'm sure maybe we'll have 1 or 2, so it's just for your benefit. For the policy, and our first priority is actually policy and advocacy. And for this, we look at the legislative and legal frameworks where we push for the ratification of the various treaties that are significant for the recording industry. I'm sure now you know that the music, and especially because of COVID, everything, even in terms of trade, everything has actually moved online. There was a push to digitization. So music consumption also is online, and we find that some of the internet treaties have not been ratified in our region. So anyone with those, with the power to actually have the ratification done in your specific countries, kindly do ensure that you ratify the internet treaties, and the internet treaties are the WIPO Copyright Treaty and the WIPO Performances and Phonograms Treaty. We push for the WPPT because it's relevant to the recording industry, but also the WCT is very important for the copyright side of the music industry. Then we also push for policy interventions for producers' rights, and some of this, and a major part of this, is generative AI. I remember we spoke about this briefly yesterday in the panel, where we spoke about authorization being really important. You have to be able, with AI, you have to be able to have the rights holders authorize the use of their works. And you see all these, the developers of AI, they might take maybe literary works, they might take books, feed it in without the authorization, of the original copyright holder. What does that do? It actually steals from, it's like stealing, someone's property. And this is the thing that people usually don't, have in mind with intellectual property, because intellectual property is the creation of the mind. If you can't touch it, then you feel like, oh my God, I can take this work, it doesn't have any value, but it actually has value and it belongs to someone. It's like stealing someone's car, you know, it's like taking somebody's property. So we have to be really crucial and very aware as we talk about AI. There has to be authorization, and I hope all policymakers here will be able to make sure that exceptions don't interfere with the rights holders' interests, and of course follow the three-step test in terms of providing the exceptions. And transparency as well. If you have you're using the AI works, you have to be able to say these works have originated from these particular sources, and that gives the rights holder, and I think this applies across, various industries. Rights holders have to be given their due. Then also clear legal frameworks for ISP liabilities. All this is because of the online infringements, and also FTAs. We spoke about the AFC FTA yesterday as well with URSB on this to be able to see how best we can push this, and various other countries that I had shown here before. Effective royalty distribution. You can't only collect, you have to distribute the royalties to the rights holders. Adoption of improving of ICT systems and improving the governance and internal policies of the MLC. And on this particular report, the global recorded music market grew by 10.2% in 2023 to $28.6 billion US dollars. $28.6 billion US dollars. The growth was driven, as we said, from streaming revenues, with increased by 10.4, with more than two-thirds, which is 67.3% of the global music revenues being streaming. But even more exciting is the fact that Sub-Saharan region was the fastest growing region, and it was for the second year running on a percentage basis, and the only region to surpass 20% growth, and we stood at 24.7%. And the growth was also mainly driven by subscription streaming, which grew by 24.5%. So that shows you that we really, as governments, need to be able to look really into digital enforcement mechanisms to ensure that these numbers build up. As much as we were the fastest growing the region in the world, I mean, our numbers are very, very minimal. So I guess with the input and the incoming of online platforms, music platforms like Spotify, YouTube, all these big international companies, we will see more growth and more use of the music and be able to have the charts. So straight into our IP strategies. How many SMEs do we have here? How many SMEs do we have? Good. Do you have business plans? Yes. Do you have IP strategy plans? No, and it's understandable. But it is recommended that alongside your business plans, you have your IP strategy plan. And I guess that's why we're here today. So what is the IP strategy? It's basically a systematic plan of action that entities and individuals adopt to manage, protect, and leverage their IP assets effectively and efficiently. So if I take a restaurant.
I do. I have a trade secret. It's the spice that I use in making sauces and grills.
Nice. Your KFC.
As well as as well as the logo.
As well as the logo. Wonderful. And what else?
Okay, so all of my recipes are written down. So that's a form of copyright, but I haven't protected that. And I do that so that even when I'm here, the food doesn't change. And when the stuff changes, the food remains the same.
Wonderful. And when you're excellent. And you said you haven't protected your copyright, but it's written down.
It's not written down as a copyright. It's just a menu book, because I calculate the recipes and I write down everything, so that when the stuff gets orders, they just use ratios.
So the good news, I want to give you good news. The good news is the fact that you've written them down. Okay. You already have the copyright. Okay. So copyright is an automatic right. Quickly, because this is a main area. When you talk about stages in IP strategy, I actually highlighted the stages just briefly in terms of the recording industry, but I'll just talk you through briefly so it can be at least a bit relevant to various SMEs. There's the ideation process, where you ask yourself different questions. Where does the idea or concept have commercial application, or does, can you actually have a commercial application of that idea? Because remember, even in terms of copyright, the idea is not protected. It's that fixation of that idea. Does the business have processes and procedures for identifying IP assets within the business? Do you have IP audits? Are you able to see, if you, have checklists? Does the business have processes and or procedures for capturing IP assets? Those are questions you have to ask yourself. In this whole ideation process, it's the first stage it's like a checklist of your IP strategy. You ask yourself various questions to ensure you answer them so that you can be able to prepare yourself a proper strategy. And does the business have processes or procedures for preventing disclosure of the idea concept and the likelihood of having that particular protection? Do you have that likelihood of actually obtaining an IP for protection? And of course, it's patents. And I think the thresholds of, for example, a patent. Tell us, our IP experts, patents, what do we need? That it needs to be new and inventive. So you have to have the inventive step. And new is not just new, it needs to be novel. There's a difference between new and novel, right? And then if it's a trademark, what does it need to be? Distinctive, yes, excellent, and unique, and copyright has to be original, excellent. So you see, we have the women here, we are experts in IP. Well done. So in the second stage, we have the product and service development, where now at this stage, after you find the ideation and you put your tick, you say that you ask yourself whether you have to have the search, freedom to operate search, where you check whether there's a competitor analysis to identify any competing IP rights or technologies, and also have an IP search. It's very important. So that you make sure that there's no other IP, similar IP registrations that are out there. And then third-party rights. Does your business have processes, or procedures for addressing IP ownership considerations when collaborating with third parties? Very important. And especially when you're having a third party in your business, you have to be able to have relevant contracts. Our restaurant lady here, do you have contracts with your employees? Yeah. Do the contracts state who owns the IP? That's what I need to work on. So at least you have homework to go work on that, because it's very important if you're saying you actually have the IP assets, and especially if you have the recipes and they have access to those recipes, you have to be able to protect that they cannot go and use because they have access to this, okay? So intellectual, and for any other business, please ensure that your contracts usually state who actually owns the IP, and intellectual property strategy implementation as well. And the stage 3 is IP protection, where you ask yourself questions: who would now search for a good writer, get the song, and invest in Tiwa Savage's person, voice, to be able to bring that to fruition. So that's a whole value chain of the music industry that has different rights holders, and you can be able to do that. So ideation is that to ascertain eligibility for protection, record labels conduct due diligence and ensure the work is original, and a musical work and sound recording must not infringe on existing works where sampling is done. So even in the recording industry, if you sample somebody's work, you have to ask for permission. Everything has to have permission, as we said, authorization, because copyright is the exclusive right. And finally, copyright work enjoys, we talked about this, formality-free protection requirements, and it doesn't exist. You don't have to register it to be able to get the right, which is a good thing. When it comes to product services for the music industry, we've talked about A&R, where record labels identify and assess potential of underlying music works and sound recordings and performing artists. We have contractual arrangements where we secure copyright through formal contracts, in whichever business you're in, you have to ensure there's a clear transfer of copyright based on evidence of ownership. And in the recording industry, we have what we call split sheets, where after you record, you say who owns what share. And then you can, even in your own business, you need to be able to say who owns what share. When it comes to distribution and marketing, we have record labels which establish distribution and marketing strategies tailored to support performing artists as a brand through advertising, digital marketing, publicity, and brand management. And when it comes to our IP protection, where we're understanding the legal framework, it's important to actually review and understand existing frameworks, including the international treaties. I spoke earlier about the WCT, the WPPT, which are relevant to the music industry. Then, of course, for trademarks, we have relevant treaties that are there, so we ensure as governments that we have actually signed those treaties, especially when we want to be able to go international. Nature of copyright in its automatic protection, and then enforcement against online infringement of rights holders and economic rights, where in the digital era, enforcement mechanisms form a critical part of our labels business model, including labels and artists' trademarks. And lastly, when you talk about commercialization, in terms of the protection of the works, you find that if you take copyright proper itself, the written work, remember I said there are different parts of music. So the written work itself, you'll find that it is life plus, how many years? 50 years. But for the sound recording, which is the recording itself, it's normally IP, the lawyers can differ from country to country. So you have to understand that. So you know that the base of the copyright itself is life. You have to die first. Then it's 50 years after that. So next of kin can actually get it. But in the sound recording, it's actually shorter because it's from the publishing. You don't have to die. So you see there's already a difference. So you have to know when you're using different, when you're commercializing, that you have those rights already. So you can know how much you'll be, it's like land when you have your leasehold, right? You have 99 years, and it goes and it goes. So it's sort of similar. Record labels develop a commercialization strategy to ensure there's return on investments. I'm sure business. Do you do business just because you have a passion for it? You do business because you want to make money, right? There has to be a return on investment. So music is similar. We always told that a musician, in fact, 20 years ago, or in catalog sales. I know this is a very tricky bit, and we discussed it yesterday about collateral and IP. And I know in Kenya, at least, there's a significant move towards, having collateral. And I know the banks have actually begun looking to the creative industry to actually give as IP collateral, which is a big step. Your film, you would never get bank loans for films in Kenya. I don't know if there's any country that gives bank loans on creative. Is there any country here that gives bank loans on creative industry? Films, music. Microphone, please. We need to hear best practice. So the rest of us can be able to copy.
Thank you very much. Just to contribute, in Tanzania, there is a time when I was there that a script writer came to the office, and we advised him in terms of going to the microfinance to get money so that they can shoot the video and all that. So luckily, the place where he went, they agreed, because he also showed the return on investment that, okay, if you give me this much, this is what I'm going to get in return, and I'll be able to pay the loan in accordance to whatever I'll be gaining. So the people who are there in that particular microfinance, they agreed to take the proposal, and he got the money. He had his video done, and yes, but it's just the beginning.
Wow,
this needs to
excellent.
Be addressed. Yes.
That's really good and very surprising. I think we have another example there, but I guess maybe because it's a microfinance, I want to hear whether a real bank would actually take that risk. Sometimes microfinances can be a bit flexible, so it's really it's really encouraging to actually hear that, that they took the risk. I'm curious to know, though, were they able to pay back? Okay.
Hello, everyone. I know most of you saw me yesterday as an exhibitor, but besides that, I manage one of the biggest artists in the country, and that is Anne Kansime.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too. And I think I met her and you in Cote d'Ivoire last year when she was presenting, and we were having the same conversations. Here in Uganda, she is the biggest YouTuber. If you go on YouTube, she has the biggest following, and she gets her earning from YouTube. But she has to shoot videos which need money for production for them to be posted on YouTube. So sometime we engaged the bank. We needed some money, but they were not understanding how you earn from YouTube. So you have to open and show them the back office, and then they are doubting, like, what if the money doesn't come in? And the more you try to explain to them it's about the views, they just do not get it. So I am one person here that has the right example that banks do not understand this when it comes to, and of course we didn't get the money. It's because she has a couple of other properties that we're able to use that. But when it comes to going to the bank to look for financing for these artists, it never works.
Wow. So I think ARIPO, as a takeaway for this meeting, and I think this was asked yesterday. Oh, sorry, there's one more who wants to contribute.
Thank you so much, the presenter and the lady from Uganda, for that. I was eagerly waiting that there is a bank that has extended credit. In URSB, we happen to have a registry whereby we register institutions' interests in these movable assets. Of course, IP is an intangible asset, but it's a movable asset. And we protect the lenders. We have engaged so many banks and even microfinance. Their challenge is one. Yes, there is IP. Yes, there is IP office in Uganda, but how do we enforce? How do we enforce? If you're a musician, the album is out, people have copies already, you have failed to pay. How do we enforce? How can we get back our money? So I don't know, the presenter talked about Kenya embracing it. Maybe if she can give us more details. Do you have commercial banks? What do they offer? My colleague here will talk about copyright in Uganda and musicians. But the payments are not regular because a financial institution is interested in saying regular payments. If at all you default, we can have a tripartite agreement whereby your loyalties will be paid to the institution, something that is still not happening in Uganda. So maybe the presenter can give us more details and we can benchmark because we are so much interested. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. I think and that's why I say the risk behind, creative industry, and that's what the banks usually say. I cannot put, my money where I can't ascertain, that there'll be my return, So, but I think that's a bigger conversation to having. How can these artists actually have revenue that is, consistent? But it's not only royalties, as I think it's about, you have to streamline, of course, your royalty organization and ensure that, people are able to get their royalties. But there's various sources of revenue for artists, which they should be able to have live performances, they can have merchandising, they can have, and especially now with online, that's where, in fact, most artists are also getting their money, together, of course, with live, depending on how many followers you have. There's endorsements that they have, depending on whether you have a brand. And that's why even as an artist, you need to build your brand. It's like a business. That's why we say music is business. You have to look at it as that's your brand. What are you selling? You can go and have your advertisements, and I'm sure Kansime we can get bigger examples from Anne. Kansime, I've seen her advertising a few things here, there. So I'm sure those are the different sources that you can get, and they should be able to at least have those sources in place and show that they're at least getting some revenue. But the truth of the matter is the bank is also in business at the end of the day. If they see that you're not getting constant revenue, there's no way they're going to risk their money. It's not charity. Yeah. So it's about having a creative industry that is more sustainable, and of course, various governments to be able to give that supportive infrastructure for the creative industries to thrive. I'm so happy right now that we have at least a flexing. Oh, sorry, Maureen wants to chip in. Maybe ARIPO has a program that we can be able to chip in, but ARIPO, kindly, collateral, and different governments, we have to build on that and ensure that at least we have a structure for our countries, to be able to see how we can support the creative industry. At least the banks are starting, I think, from the fund, a flexing back, I think, or something of the sort, through the Canex program. I know at least in Kenya, some banks have been calling me to ask me how, they can go about having that creative industry loans and give some, facilities at least. So give us your view, please.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I just wanted to add on the countries' examples. There is in Malawi, they have the Copyright Society of Malawi. They have the SACCOs for the artists. So within that fund, then the artists pay through the royalties, the interest or whatever they have to return for the loans that they take in terms of doing their creative works. So that is one way, and also having the copyright fund, setting aside as a copyright office or whichever institution will be mandated to do so within a country, just to help the creative industries to have that avenue of getting resources, financial resources to do their creative works. That could be one of the takeaways that the IP offices could explore, because it is working in Malawi. And it has really helped, yes.
So the SACCOs, so the SACCOs are formed by the collecting societies themselves.
No, it's with the copyright
office.
COSOMA. It's with COSOMA, Copyright Society of Malawi. So it's one of their projects. It's within, yes.
But they get that money from the SACCO. It comes from the collections.
The money, the copyright office, they set aside money, and then through the royalties that come in, then that's how the artist then pays the loan.
Oh, but
yes.
Where does that money come from in the first place for the SACCO? From the government?
They have a copyright fund.
From the government? What's the source?
The source of it, there is some from the government, and then some from, so there is that support which they had for those projects. They have several projects. The Art Center, the SACCOs, just to help their creative industries.
Oh, I think we should interrogate that further, because it would be nice to know what, because the money has to come from somewhere,
But also from, at the ARIPO level, we have the member states funds, and member states can request through the national IP office in terms of assisting the not only creative, but it's intellectual property activities in their countries. So according to whatever they have the plan, so they can request, and this can be funded through those systems. Yes. So
nice. Yeah, it's always nice when the exchequer can give a few shillings here, there. And I'm sure I think in Kenya we have even a sports fund that can go to the creative industry. So various governments can actually put together a fund that can actually support the artists. That would be really good. So yes, thank you, Maureen, for that information. Very important. So let's go straight into importance. I'll just browse now as the time is going. You can browse through the importance and economic impact of IP for SMEs, which I'm sure we all know by now through our various discussions. The IP systems, they play an important role in the journey of an SME from laboratory to market, and an SME's IP should therefore be fully integrated into and support its business strategy. So please, if you have your business plans, please ensure you have your IP strategy alongside it, as we said. SME competitiveness in the new knowledge economy, competitiveness is increasingly based on the firm's ability to provide high value added products and services at a competitive price. So we have to be able to have that. IP usually has that, at least gives you that. And IP is critical in investments, and without IP protection, there is a strong risk that investments and in your research and in your R&D product differentiation and market will be wasteful. So we had one of the, I think, SMEs yesterday asking, I have my brand, I don't know who it was yesterday who had this brand and was asking. It was you, right? So you're asking, I have this, how do I protect and make sure that by the time I go out, nobody is able to copy or do the same, So did you have your answer? Sorry, let's hear.
She also took me through what I need to do with the Malawi office to get things done. And I'm also reaching out to the Honorable. So it's like in this space, there's so much support to get things done.
Excellent, excellent. So businesses, you need to make sure before you go out, make sure you're protected before you all the research that you've done is actually taken by someone else. Exclusivity over brand exploitation, where IP enables SMEs to have exclusivity over the exploitation of their innovative products to create appropriate incentives for investing in improving in their international competitiveness. When you want to go international, please ensure you have the right protection. See experts to ensure that all your IP is protected, because out there it's a jungle. And that's where you can also, grow your business. So it's important to go out there, but it's important to go out there when all your IP is protected. Remember, it's an exclusive right. Exclusive means you're the one with the right to actually, give permission to do or to. Yes. Yes, sorry, microphone here, please. It's a question. Exclusivity means you're the one who holds the right to actually give permission for the use of any of your works. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah. My name is Rose from the Gambia. So I just want to take you back a bit. I've been following this conversation on social media regarding a Nigerian comedian who used a sound of one old musician who sang a song in the 50s, I think, and the song only trended in 2024 when he used just a part of the song to dance to. So the song attracted a lot of viewers and he got millions from it. And then he gave the rightful owner of the song about 2 million naira, I think, something like that. And the argument became hot on social media that that's not what the man deserves, because he wrote the song, right? But it was in the 50s. But the song only trended in 2024. And the argument is still on. They're saying that the amount given to the rightful owner of the song is too small. So I just want to hear your own thought about it. So I'm not sure whether it has been protected and all of that, but this is the argument that's been heated on social media. And for me, it was I was so into it because it had to do with IP.
So remember what we've said answer the first question, whether it's protected or not, because we're talking about copyright. Yeah. So you answer that for me first.
Yes, what I'm saying. I'm not even sure about that. Because I was trying to read through to dig to that part to know whether the guy really protected it or not.
So what did we say about copyright? Anyone, what did you say about copyright? It's automatic. Yeah. Protection, once you fixate, once you write it down, or, so copyright already exists in it. And we're talking about the copyright proper, which is the writing, the composition. So he sang it the way it is.
So he didn't sing it. He only danced.
He danced to the real music, the music itself.
Yes, and then it trended. By performance, exactly.
I thought he was singing.
No, he didn't sing. He only danced to it.
Oh, wow, that's very interesting. So if you're monetizing anything, please make sure you have permissions, if you're monetizing it. If it's free, there might be some exceptions there. But once you are getting money, and you're using something.
But is there a special calculation for royalty?
Now, you see, this is an exclusive right. So even this guy can actually say he wants 80% of it because you didn't get permission. So how do you value that? How do you value it has to go down to now that's a legal case. Your lawyer has to be able to argue out different things. So it just means who's a more clever lawyer at that point to say, which was better? Was it the music that actually was hitting that made it interesting, or is it the dancing that actually made it, So I think that one will be more of a battle of the lawyers for somebody to argue, which was what made it more famous. And of course, the comedian might argue it's him who's making it famous because the song was not famous before, So maybe he's the one who's brought it to the limelight. He's the one who's done everything, all the arrangements. So yeah, he might argue for a larger share. But always, 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 when you're making money out of people, you have to make sure you have all your clearances. And that's why we say, we talked about even having the third-party rights. You have to make sure that you clear. In whichever business that you're in, if you're using anyone's products, make sure you have those agreements beforehand. Because when you make the money, beforehand, I can bet you, if he just says, because it's exclusive rights, you can actually just say, oh, this is a work for hire. Can I use your work? I give you 10,000 shillings. And you're gone. And he will take it because he didn't have it. And then you have the right to actually use it for your, for your stuff. And then if it blows up, it's your advantage. But of course, you don't want also to take advantage of, people. But, in business, that's the thing. So you can't really say, who, there's no set breakdown of royalties. Of course, there's a standard rule where, copyright would have 50% of the song, but within the music itself, the rights holders within the music. But you see now, this is a third party, a comedian, who's just using the music, so it's also different. So it's complicated. Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question to what she asked. I want to know, I've seen a number of times on social media when people just, at the end of the post, they write that, kindly note, I don't have musical rights to the music in this video. So in the case that she has raised, let's just say the comedian had made that disclaimer. What are the implications of that?
No, as long as you're making money. Okay. If you're making money, you can't say, oh, I don't own rights. So why are you using if you don't own these rights? And why are you making money off it, So if you're making money off it, if it's free, as I said, you might have, an argument that, but as long as you're making money, as you're monetizing it, and you're using people's products, really, you have to pay them. You have to pay them. So you have to be very careful. So we talked about the brand exploitation. We talked about IP, importance in innovative SMEs, which most of you are in, possibilities of either patenting the invention, commercializing, selling, and I can see you all know what, it takes to actually patent or to license it to third parties and commercialize it or use it as a trade secret like our restaurant owner here. So remember, you can also license. You can license your IP. IP importance for creative SMEs. Creative SMEs can benefit from copyright protection. I think we've discussed this. No compliance formalities, almost worldwide protection through the treaties, and that's why it's very important for us to sign the various treaties. A brand sets a business apart from its competitors. We've talked about this, building trust, but we haven't talked about the trust. If you have a brand and people know that this is value, and they will always come to you because they won't go to another brand because they know, no. If you have, say, give me a good example of a brand. Apple, hey. You have Apple and which other phone? Which one? So, no, which one is down here that we wouldn't trust? So if you have an Apple phone, it will deliver. If you have another one, I don't know what called, the Chinese ones, I don't know which ones they're called, but you know that maybe it won't last you as long as your Apple would. And this is specifically if you have a brand, especially like in health sector, you have to make sure that, you want the brand that that will not cause harm to your body if it's medicines or something of the sort. So brand is very important to ensure that there's that trust and consumer loyalty. From reassuring investors to increasing margins, using your patents, trademarks, designs, or copyright strategically can improve various income streams and bottom line. Money, money, money. We were being asked by Paula yesterday, where is the money? The money is here. It's here. So protecting the way your product looks with an industrial design can provide a major competitive advantage. I can bet you, and we are women here mostly, even the men, when you go to a supermarket and you have new products, I'm sure you look, the one that you pick is the one that is most aesthetically pleasing. So make sure your products are aesthetically pleasing. But I understand, like in our region, I heard someone saying yesterday that we don't have manufacturers that can do the right quality of bottling or of manufacturing of the branding. So I hope we can improve on that. I don't know how. ARIPO, do you also help? Do you also help, or else it's just IP? That's now real trade. Hopefully we can get some manufacturers of good branding. Protecting the way your product looks, differentiation of compositions and recordings can be done by melody lines, genres, lyrics, instrumentations. So as we wrap up, what should SMEs take into consideration? We need to obtain protection for the innovation. That one we have ticked. Considering all these rights, patents, copyright, we know now where to take the protection. Distinguishing their product in the market. Of course, that means you obtain your trademarks, you acquire a domain name and obtain design rights, image rights. There's so many rights that you can actually get for your products to distinguish it from the next. When going international, you must know that IP rights are territorial. Yes, each country has its own laws regarding IP. Even if they're similar, there might be some differences. So it's important that you also have you can be on a regional basis or international with ARIPO or OAPI or international with WIPO, and using IP database and metadata resourceful in providing important business, technical, and legal information that may be useful in growing your business. The key considerations: you have a sound business model, ensure that the label for us, for the recording industry, optimizes rights, awareness, and commercialization in the digital age, and I guess for any other business as well. Budget allocation for IP strategy, yeah. Facilitate implementation of IP strategy, including protection, enforcement, litigation, and valuation. We've talked about all that. Protection and enforcement plan, ensure that there exists processes, procedures for effective and efficient execution of content, protection, and enforcement. Remember IP, we always say, well, IP without enforcement is very difficult to manage. You have to be able to enforce on your rights. You know, if you have a trademark, the enforcement processes have to be in place. And I think that was a discussion yesterday. Somebody mentioned, and I think it was our MP from Lesotho saying that laws are in place, but where is the enforcement mechanism? We have to strengthen our enforcement agencies in our countries. I mean, it's like Kenya. I think we have our 2/3 gender rule, yes, in parliament. Is it enforced? No, it's not. But the policy is there. So I think we have to be able to enforce in every single space. Every single space that we have. And lastly, monitoring and reviewing, very crucial, measuring key milestones, successes, and setting in place mitigation measures and interventions. And as a parting shot, I want to give you the top 10 mistakes by SMEs and entrepreneurs. Yeah? You know them? Number 1 is? When do you disclose? Oh, wow, I have this idea. Oh, my goodness. You know, it's gone. Trust me, it's gone. Before you just have that idea, make sure you have all your protection. Yeah? Don't be excited and don't go telling everyone, this is my idea. Trust me, it's gone. The second one is not conducting patent and trademark. I think we've elaborated on this. You have to do your searches. Yeah? You have to do your searches. Number 3, not using IP maps to create your R&D projects. You have to have at least your IP maps to be able to have, when you're going for your research and development, you have to at least know, do your IP, we talked about having your IP searches and all. Not establishing clear IP ownership provisions in employment agreements or with third-party providers. I'm happy to know, Madam, you shall go and put in your contracts, the IP ownership. Not monitoring the competition's IP. And we said you have to monitor by doing your searches as well, yes? Because every time you're creating, remember, every time you create, you have to ensure that whatever new innovations you have, you also protect that, yeah? So you keep on, it's a continuous process of protecting. Not identifying existing IP, we've talked about that, you have to do your search. Lack of IP documentation, have your documentation in place. Innovation without rights, building a startup or building a startup on a university own technology. And this happens a lot with startups. When you see a university has produced something and then you go and take it and build on it. Who owns that IP? The university. So you've done so much on it, but it's the university that actually owns it. So whatever base you use for your technology, make sure that you have the requisite rights. No budget for IP protection or not using IP experts. Please, and I said this yesterday, try and use IP experts from your offices, your national offices. You have ARIPO on a regional basis. You have WIPO on an international basis. You have your IP lawyers. Kindly do use them to obtain your rights and not protecting in the right jurisdictions. Remember, we said IP is territorial. So wherever you're going to go with your products, with your, with anything that you own and you want to sell out there, make sure that particular country or territory, you have the rights to actually do it through the national legislation or at a regional basis with ARIPO or at an international basis with WIPO. Thank you. If you have any further information, if you need any further information, you can, that's my email. You can just write to me. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. We can go back. It's fine.
My name is Gezide from Zambia. On the slide for common mistakes for SMEs, I'm interested in the part for innovation that is built from academia, like from the university. So what happens if you graduate, but then it was your final year project, then you use that knowledge to start up your SME?
Knowledge, not the product itself, not what you had done.
You had done and you produced a prototype whilst still at university. Then when you finish, you go and start working and improving on the prototype to actually make a product.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does that particular university, universities have different rules on IP. So it also depends on that particular, you have to read the fine print, what they say about the products, and maybe the one behind can be able to advise whether that's, so I would say it depends on what the university's IP, policy is. Yes.
Thank you very much. Just to respond to that question, WIPO and ARIPO, we have come up with guidelines on institutional IP policies, and these are very important because it guides the universities on how the IP rights are going to be shared between whoever is coming up with that inventive invention and the students, what is their right. So we have to know what the institutional IP policy stipulates, and this document is available upon request. Yeah, you can just access it, even on, I think, on the website also, which can then help you in terms of knowing who owns what. So depending on whatever has been stipulated, it will be a certain percentage that will be owned by the university and another percent for the student who is now the owner of a startup also, or it may all of it be just for the university and this one to give maybe royalties to the student or vice versa, depending on whatever the agreement is.
So where do you get the agreement? Do you get the agreement from the university policy?
Yes, the policy will actually
will guide.
Highlight, yes, and what has to be done. Yes.
So we have to choose which university we go to.
No, it is. We need to encourage all institutions to have
align
the IP policies, which are really going to help everyone.
Thanks, Maureen. Thank you.
Okay, I have discussions. I have addition too.
Addition to this.
I wanted to.
Anyway, let's have the addition first before any question. Is there an addition or
yes,
another question? Okay.
It is just generally there's a distinction between students and employees of a university. So for students, because they're paying to go to the institution, it is generally assumed that they will have rights to the IP assets they are generating, say through their dissertation or a thesis that you produce. But if as a student you are paid to generate intellectual property assets, then you will fall within the same or similar category as a researcher or a lecturer. Mm-hmm. In that instance, the IP assets that you're generating belong to the university. But I think these are key issues that need to be discussed within institutions, and also students informed well in advance what the implications are for the IP assets that they are generating. So even within the students' movement, these are things that I think students should be talking about.
That's true.
And this is why for most institutions, when you submit your thesis or dissertation, you are actually giving authorization to the university on managing your dissertation or thesis. And in some cases, you can, as a student, you can even have an embargo if you have, very important technology that you've developed and you want to manage how it is finally commercialized. You can actually enter an embargo restricting the university from publishing your thesis or dissertation until you've sought protection, exactly what you were explaining, before this information is released into the public domain. But I think it's an important issue. Thank you.
Excellent. That's a good point. And okay, let's get the third one before I give a comment.
All right. So for me, it's not a follow-up, but it is a question.
Well, okay, wait. I think there was another follow-up. Was there another follow-up? Yeah, another follow-up point, and then we come back to you, kindly, so that at least we finish that particular topic.
Thank you. Okay. The ARIPO official has mentioned policies, institutional policies guiding what we're discussing, but my issue is in case of a community-based product, this time round, say a traditional medicine product, brought into a research institution, government puts in money to add value, of course, standardization and the rest of it. How is IP handled? Is there a special policy to also guide in the same way in terms of sharing IP with the community? This time it's not a student, but somebody from the community, but engaging with an official institute.
Thank you very much. ARIPO, we have the Swakopmund Protocol, which is for the protection of traditional knowledge and expressions of folklore. And this protocol, we need member states in terms of to ratify the protocol and also domesticate in terms of putting in place laws and regulations within the country on how to go about the expressions of folklore and the traditional knowledge that are cross-boundary or trans-boundary, so as to be able to protect them. So the uptake at the moment, it's very low, though that is where we also have a competitive advantage in terms of having all the trans-boundary knowledge, which people have the traditional knowledge. So what needs to be done if a university or a researcher has taken something, there should be that informed consent. You really need to have that prior informed consent, whatever you are taking, and also the benefit sharing between the communities that are involved. Those are some of the important things, documents that needs to be cleared, and then now you have the main, the contract that will stipulate, okay, what is being shared by who and who has what right. So for the basis of the practicalities, if, for example, a country is yet to be part of that protocol, these things have to be put in place, and the person who, or the institution who is involved, has to have those documents. You need to get the informed consent and also benefit sharing, and then you can proceed with the contract to know the rights. Yes. Thank you very much.
Interesting. Does ARIPO have the traditional knowledge and cultural expressions protocol or something?
It's the Swakopmund
The
Protocol.
Swakopmund, okay,
Yes.
okay. So, excellent. Thank you so much. I am not very conversant with that topic. I have to put my disclaimer. So we're good? Oh, last question, please.
All right.
Okay. Last but one. Then we have a final one.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm an SME from Zimbabwe, And I've discovered that in my line of field of artifacts, there are some projects or some products that were being done in our family lines, maybe 3, 4, 5 generations back from us. And let's say, for example, that I've taken up that line of business. Yes, they are handworks. They've been done by my great-grandmother, now my grandmother, now my mother, now me. And now from the generations back, they didn't have the same exposure that we are having now, that these products, they need to be protected and so forth. So now I'm here, the products, some of them, they have the IP is the logo and the brand name. So in terms of wanting to patent them, it's kind of difficult because they are not new. Everything that was there before. And so my question now is there not a point in future whereby you would say maybe that the brand is grown and you find somebody behind saying, no, this is my product?
So it's what, would you put it as cultural?
Yes, cultural.
So it's cultural expressions?
Yes,
and some of maybe the community, are those the ones claiming?
No, but no one has claimed so far. But I'm just saying, is there a possibility that maybe in the long run, you would maybe the brand is now growing or it has grown, and then you would find somebody else coming claiming that I am the original owner of this product. And for you to say, no, I am the owner of the product, you know, there was the grandmother, great-grandmother going back.
So the thing is, yes, unfortunately, what did we say? In registrations, it's the person who comes first. That's why we're saying you need to really protect, and that's why we're giving the education out. You need to protect whatever you have. You need to be able to protect it. Is the first person to file is the one that gets the protection. Of course, you can always challenge, and if you have evidence and all those, you can be able to challenge. But I didn't quite get if it's a long line. Maybe, Maureen, maybe, I don't know if it's a cultural thing. You can be able to touch on the culture thing. But I know in terms of the strict sense of IP, immediately you get it, you kindly protect it. Somebody challenges, then it will become a court battle, of course, to prove who was the first, person to actually to have it. Yeah.
Well, I just want to add on, if whatever has been taken, it's a product that maybe has medicinal, value and all that, and it's from a certain community, and the brand has grown and all that. So there is the need of disclosure, to and also that community to benefit out of it. So if it's something that comes from a certain community, it's the cultural, there's that back to the benefit sharing and the informed consent of that particular community.
But she's saying there's no community in this case.
It's not community.
Yes.
It's just from the grandmother. That is part of the...
It's part of the community.
Yeah, that is
because the grandma also has other children, right?
The knowledge that was used a long time on treating different kind of maybe sicknesses, how our great-grandparents did. It was a specific family maybe having that knowledge, and then it was passed, and you come and take it and you put it in a manner that is well packaged, and then you now continue exploiting that as your IP right. When that kind of dispute arises, then it means whoever, the family members or whoever is claiming, there is that need of proving. And how can you prove? What value have you brought into it that is now, you'll earn that kind of the right to it, but also the originator where it came, they also need to benefit out of it. So they should be the ADR. We come now to the mediation and arbitration in terms of the dispute resolutions, which are more effective, and this could help at least to to amicably settle the matter so that none of you lose, but all of you gain, because now we don't want the branded product to go out of business, but we also want you to get the revenues, and also whoever is claiming, if they at all have a right, then they can also benefit out of it, and you also to benefit. So mediation could be one of the way also to go about it, and yes.
So basically, if it's coming from way, it's culture. But if you do your improvements and you protect that as your own, yeah. There was a last question. I don't know. Do you have time for a last question? Or are we?
Mine is not a question, though.
Oh, okay. Not a question. Go ahead. To respond, yes. Please respond, then we can. Can we close after the response? Okay. Was there anything burning? Okay.
I really just wanted to emphasize, because usually intellectual property is seen as though it's a Western concept, and we tend to disregard that knowledge building or epistemological development actually happened happens in African communities. And it's tied to how society was structured or is structured. So even in terms of traditional medicines, even where you had a family, because in some cases the structure was that the information or the knowledge is passed down orally through the family line. When you look at how African communities are structured, there is an assignment of roles within the community. And because you've been assigned as that family or family line a role, that does not mean that you have private ownership over what you are generating. It still belonged to the community. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the traditional knowledge technologies belong to the communities. So even if they've been passed down through a family line, the community has ownership of that traditional knowledge. Coming from Zambia, we have a law, Traditional Knowledge Act, which protects traditional knowledge and folklores of expression. Practically, the challenge we've had, and part of it has been to domesticate the Swakopmund Protocol, has been this issue of how do you obtain informed consent from the communities and how our communities are structured. So which chief or which headman are you getting this consent from? And this has created a problem where we have been unable to actually implement or utilize that piece of legislation because it's not clear the processes of obtaining informed consent and the likelihood of challenge. If one community says our headman gave consent, another one will say, but we were not consulted, we don't agree. And then it will create another added problem in terms of once commercialized, how do those communities share from the benefits of that commercialization? I just wanted to emphasize that. Thank you.
Excellent. Very important points. And I think WIPO member states just, is it 2 months ago, agreed on the historic new treaty on traditional, genetic resources and traditional knowledge. So that's also another thing that we can be able to look at and see how that is. All right, are we closing now? There's one last comment. Okay, last comment, Tanzania, tafadhali.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you, presenter, for a good presentation and Anthony. I have a question on the dilemma on balancing the disclosure to the public. I come from the university, and so we encourage our students to have their ideas, and normally they will not mature enough if they don't share and have a team which should compose of different disciplines, so that by the time they are developing, at least it matures to start up. Now the balance between disclosure and the protection. Your comment, please. That is one. Second, sometimes I get consultations. You know, I write to the institutions because they want me to write about something, about a topic, and when I write, I do the creation. Because I use my intellectual, my mind, my expertise, I create, you know. But I'm giving it to another institution. And you are saying copyright is automatic. Of course, attribution, yes. My dilemma is who owns the right? Is it the institution which has contracted me to do the work? Or is it my creation of mind? And because I have put it in a paper, so I have the right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll deal with the first one, and this is public disclosure. And let me put a disclaimer as well. Remember I said every country has its own IP rules. But the general rule, once you, and especially if it's a patent, for example, once it's in the public, it's in the public. Once you disclose it, it's in the public domain. So it becomes a bit challenging. So at the point where, so I don't know what your question is. At what point of disclosure were you a bit worried about? At which point?
Yeah, the level of disclosure, because you're saying the number one of the disc, the challenges we have as SMC, SMS, SME, is that the moment you disclosure, you lose it.
For patent? Oh, you lose what exactly?
The idea you have, the innovative idea you have.
Yeah, if it's patents, yes, I would say, you know, but why are you disclosing it in the first place? Where are you disclosing it? At what point? To the public? Or it's just a discussion amongst yourselves?
Discussion among yourselves?
Yeah. And that's okay. I mean, you have NDAs, you have, you know, the non-disclosure agreements that you sign if you're doing something, but if it's just school, it's among yourselves. Once you get the innovation going, and you find that this is an innovation, it's actually something that is novel, then it is recommended even as a school, and all your IP policies in it. I know at least when I was signing, I read my school IP policy when I was in school. Actually, everything for my school, they were saying that they are the ones who own the IP. So my universities. So I know for a fact, so it depends on each university, as I said, and what their IP policies are. I don't know what your IP policy is for the uni, but basically don't disclose it to the public. So there's a difference between disclosing it amongst yourselves because you're the ones working on it. And that's why I think Maureen was mentioning that, yeah, it will have to be between the institution and maybe if it's students and the students, or, you know, yourselves as teachers or as lecturers. So, Maureen, you had something, I can see you're putting up your hand, so you have something to add.
Yes, I have something to add on what you have already said. For any patent that whatever you have come up with before you disclose, before you publish, you need first to protect. Yes, so protect, publish, then you'll prosper. And, yes,
I love that. That's PPP.
Yes,
protect, publish, and prosper. I love it.
And in case, for example, you know, there are so many innovators who take their things out for exhibitions and the like, but the patents law, they have the grace period that, okay, if it's, if I'm not mistaken, like 6 months, that within that period, for it to be, remember the patentability requirements, the three of them, that it has to be novel, industrial applicable, and what is the other one? Inventive step, yeah. So when you are now filing, then it means you need to disclose now to them that, okay, you did this through the exhibition, that, but it should be within a specific limited time according to the territorial laws that are in place. And so you'll be granted a patent, which is the legal document that you own whatever you have claimed to own, and the exchange for it is that that document has to be in the public domain for further research to be done, for further more new things to come out of it, or if it's an addition. So the disclosure depends at what level that has been done. But also for a case whereby another institution engages you that you come up with something, I believe there should be some contractual arrangement that come with it. And either you are paid a once-off as a commissioned work, or if it's within the institution, if it's work for hire also. So they have set you, they have already concluded with you according to the arrangements that you have, unless within those arrangement that you still maintain your moral rights, which is what will remain. If it's a written work for the copyright, that the right of paternity to be recognized as the author, and the right of integrity, that nothing to be distorted from your document that you have come with. But then you are giving now on the part of the economic rights to the institution which commissioned you or which hired you to do that particular paper or whatever you have done with them. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for answering also the second question. I think that's clear, yeah, on the copyright side. Remember,
Yeah,
and I saw you had asked who owns the copyright.
Yeah, it's actually clear, and I understand actually where there's no IP, I think contracts and the disclosure form of the like are very relevant. Thank you.
Exactly, but the law states, you see, okay, I'm not very familiar with Tanzania, but the law will state who will own the copyright. Like, for example, if I take Kenya, the person who owns the copyright, the author will be the original copyright owner, but once it is, once there's a contract and you're employed, an employer or a work for hire, then the employee or the person who has engaged you is the owner. So unless your contract says otherwise, you can have other agreements that even you can share. So the agreement is very important to define who is the owner of the copyright. Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and being lively audience and beautiful people. Have a great day.
Let's appreciate Miss Angela one more time for such an engaging presentation. I had requested for an a cappella at the end, but hopefully with the right amount of coffee, she will have enough adrenaline to take us through that. So right about now, we're going to have a very quick coffee break. I would request that we are here at least by midday, because we have a couple of presentations for the day. And like I mentioned, we're going to listen to some success stories of entrepreneurs in Uganda that are prospering in their IP strategies. So ushers will guide you to break tea. It's just right outside on the right. Let's have a quick break and be in here by midday. Do not be afraid to carry your snacks and tea as well. That's also allowed. But let's be in here by midday so that we can carry on with the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
moja mfano best industry kama hivi, sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme utuwezi gari nzuri, alafu kama elekezo hapo anatoa kwa jitahidi sana, tunapoongea sana kwa kama shahidi na gati.
Wonderful. So we have yours and also Bonita's as well before the line break. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Doctor.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation.
And also for the presentation, you'll have a speaker that you will play here where the laptop is
technological advancement for
so you can control the presentation.
technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there's been considerable growth in mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swahili Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead and promote the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We develop systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listed, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
watu wa mashariki na kati wenzetu wanajua biashara. Kwa hiyo katika taswira kuitengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Visi twiga si kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme ya full AC, gari nzuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
zetu juu kibiashara. So kwa hiyo katika sira kuitengeneza ni moja mfano. Mimi si trigger si kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo anatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours.
pia watu wa Mashariki na Kati wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa hiyo katika basira kuitengeneza ni moja mfano. Hivi si trigger si vitu kama hivi. Kwa sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme ya full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo anatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Maendeleo ambao wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda ambao pia watu wa Mashariki na Kati wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa hiyo katika basira kuitengeneza ni moja mfano. Hivi si trigger si vitu kama hivi. Kwa sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme ya full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo anatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Pan-Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees,
Welcome back from the break tea.
application fee, and track the progress of their
We'll be starting shortly. Our presenter is around and will be joining us shortly. I hope you are enjoying yourselves. Like I mentioned at the beginning, IP is everywhere. And no one does this better than ladies. Growing up, everyone's chicken tasted okay, but there was something about your mother's chicken. Yeah, I think you can all agree. And we did not, it is only when we grew up that we realized that those are trade secrets. But there was always something about your mother's chicken. Something secret in the sauce. Some called it love. I don't know what mine had, but here I was hooked on that sauce. And some of you mothers here as well are practicing in these trade secrets. So I hope you are also enjoying and indulging in the trade secrets of break tea and lunch. If you've never tried matoke and this is your first time in Uganda, it would be a crime if you leave without eating a serious crime, without having some matoke. Make sure if you don't know what that is, just come talk to me. Just come talk to me nicely. I'll just take it nicely. Come talk to me. Just come talk to me nicely. But just a disclaimer, I don't cook the matoke. No. It will not be prepared by me. It will be prepared by delicate hands. But nonetheless, I hope you are enjoying. Yes. These are the things we like. We have a singer.
So I'm going to sing something on women. We need
need to celebrate ourselves, isn't it? Especially women entrepreneurs, we go through so much. So I composed this song. We are the women creating worthy. We are the women of Africa creating worthy. We are the movers and shakers creating worthy. We are the visionaries creating worthy. Here we come. Transforming communities, here we come. Transforming our countries, here we come. Transforming Africa, yeah, yeah. We are creating worthy, aye, aye. We are creating worthy, we are the women. Creating worthy, we are the women of Africa. Creating worthy, we are the movers and shakers. Creating worthy, we are the visionaries. Creating worthy, aye, aye. We are creating worthy, aye, aye. We are creating worthy.
Towards the end, I want to see challengers. Do not feel shy. You can dance. You can act because there's so much talent in the room. And I wish Angela was here, but yeah, there are some challengers here. Thank you so much. And I know that's from Malawi, right? That's all the way from Malawi. Thank you so much. What a wonderful, wonderful piece. So welcome back again from your break tea. And like I mentioned, we're going to get straight into the program and we're going to listen to some success stories. Now, ladies and well-wishers of the ladies, some of you, especially in Uganda, have tasted her juice. Growing up, it circulated around some of our dormitories and we were able to share and make friends because of this juice that was made. Our next presenter is Dr. Julian Adieri Omala. She's the managing director of Delight Uganda Limited, and she's one of the celebrated Ugandan female entrepreneurs. She will share her IP-backed experience entrepreneurial journey to create one of Uganda's most popular fruit drinks, that is Cheers Juice. If you know it, if you have either drunk it or you have bought your children some of this juice, but you have seen it on almost every shelf in the Ugandan supermarkets. And she has many other business ventures that spread beyond Uganda and several other African countries. And so she's going to come and share with us on how you can leverage IP for successful entrepreneurship. So let's put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Julian Omala from Delight Uganda Limited. And she has been sharing with me that she likes passing on her legacy, and she'll be joined by her daughter as well to make the presentation. Let's welcome Dr. Julian.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, yes. I'm so happy to be here today. I remember I used to travel with Professor Maggie Chigozi. We traveled the whole world. I used to be the youngest. Now I'm among the oldest in the room. I thank God for that. I'm with Beire, my second-born daughter. She has just finished the university. She joined us 2 months ago. She'll be graduating in January. Before I start my presentation, I want to talk to the ladies. It's very, very important as you register your intellectual property right, start with succession. It's very, very important because tomorrow we might not be there. So I humbly beg any lady in the room, don't leave your future behind. Thanks so much. I'm Dr. Julian Adieri, a doctor in agriculture and rural transformation. I started
Delight Uganda Limited, 1996. I had a dream to produce fresh juice from locally grown fruits by the communities, especially the women. I started by importing concentrates from India, Israel, Kenya, and I started packing it and also the raw materials. I traveled to Kenya by Mawingo bus. You remember those who come from Kenya. You used to get in the bus in the evening, in the morning you are in Kenya, you go to industry area to buy things and you travel by mkokoteni, carrying the packaging from industry area up to the back and back to Kampala. I thank God for that. Put it. I was the sole employee of the company because I did not have money. I only had a dream and I did not have much. Apart from doing it myself, I employed one worker, but we worked and I managed to grow at least our company. Produce. 2012, 2011, we bought land in Noya because one, my dream was to make fresh juice, as I said, from the locally grown fruits. There was no organized cooperatives in Uganda, those who will grow for us fruits. There was no training institutes, those who will train our farmers. No, first go behind a bit. Okay, there. So the only thing I would do after starting by importing the concentrates, I decided, so I have to grow the fruits myself, I had to start the institute myself, I have to train the community myself, and I had to do it, and I have managed to do it. And I want to say I'm grateful that I made a decision to leave the office in Kampala to go to Noya, where we got land and where we have managed to grow the fruits, to train the community. I might not follow up where the what is there, but I want to tell my story briefly. So 2011, we went to Noya, we bought land, that is 1,000 acres. Later on, we continue growing land, buying land, so we have 2,000 acres. We have managed to train the communities, and we have, I have established a dairies model. Before I established a dairies model, I had to make MOU, to sign MOU. Why did I sign the MOU? Signing the MOU, I could not work alone. I signed the MOU with Noya District, UNCDF, Minister of UNCDF, Minister of Agriculture, OPM, and Minister of Local Government. Why it is very important as an entrepreneur to partner with government and development partners. You cannot do it alone, especially if your journey is to empower the community. You need partners whom you can call when you are training their community. I can call Mnaro, they send me the technical people, we train together. Under that mandate, I can call Minister of Agriculture, they come and train. We also work in the refugee hosting communities. So we had to sign all those MOUs, and we work together with Noya District under local development program. Actually, I'm on the list of the signed people of the district to empower the community. My journey, since I went to when we started the farm, that is 2013, I started the Farm Institute, but it was formalized in 2018. Under that Farm Institute, we train soil and water conservation. We do fruit farming as a business. It's a complete value chain. And we have established the riparian buffer. We have apiary, and we have a model of 1 acre model that every woman must have at least a fruit farm where they grow the intercrop for quick money and also the fruits for cash crop. Why did I start the Farm Institute? And why do I do the extension service? I realize that our districts have limited budgets. And I look at the community. I need to train the women, I need to train the youth. So I decided to form my own extension team We have 4 people, and we move around in the 4 sub-counties of Noya. And that extension team has helped me to train the community. They get adapted to our model, and it has helped us to grow a lot of fruits. Wait. I want to tell you about Adeli's model. It's about outdoor, hands-on skilling and learning by doing. Communities, we bring the communities to the farm. We show them what we do for them, then they do for us. After they have mastered, we dispatch them to their area, and we always give them support in form of seedlings. We give them like 80 tree seedlings, like if it is mango, guava, citrus. After they have planted, then we show them how to do the intercrop in the middle. When they plant the season crops like twice a year, they can grow granules. They get like 4.8 million in one season. Second season, they plant a puripuri sorghum. They also make like 4 million. You find that the local farmer is earning before the fruits are ready. And you find that they are very excited to come to the institute and learn. Because at our model, when they're at the institute, we all do together. We tell them, and we share our challenges as women, because women have so many challenges. Now, I use my experience, and we do experiential learning. The challenges I started with when I was starting to start the farm, I share with them. I show them where I have failed. I show them my success. After that, then they go back when they are ready to do. And also, you find others are so ready. In Uganda, our biggest challenge, people don't want to do. And that is the reason why I started Adieri's model. Because our model, as I said, it is practical. We sleep at the institute, we wake up at 6, we enter the garden, we work up to 11. Then at times we have breakfast in the garden. After, then we come back. In the evening session, we also go back. Now, when those women master it properly, they go back and make modern orchard. And they also learn how to budget. We have those who have never gone to school, those who have been sitting without any hope, and they will tell you that, no, what can I do? I don't have land. Then we beg for land from the husbands, so that the husband give the women the land user right. At times from the in-laws, at times from the community. With refugees, we join them together, the refugees and the hosting community, the wives of the women of the hosting community. Then those who have the land give up the land. Then the group of women go and dig together, plant together, budget together. We always put our women group of 25, so that the 25 people, when they go to the garden, they can finish at least 2 acres. And also joint planning, joint sharing, and also getting morale. When we bring them at the farm, we train them how to sustain life. We have a 20-acre medicinal garden where we train them, this plant cures this plant cures this. And I'm so happy today I found Dr. Nambatia, who also mentored me. So yesterday I was very happy I was with her. I told her, now, the girl you mentored is calling you back to come and do value addition on those local medicine. So women, it's our responsibility, it's our duty to be there for each other, especially the informal sector. Those who have no hope, those who have never done something, I always move around. Actually, I'm a chairperson of Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society with 18,000 outgrowers, each with an eco fruits, and they do the intercrop. At least they earn 3 times in a year. The first season, they earn at least not less than 4 million. The second season, at times 4 or 3 million. But when the fruits are ready, they earn from the fruits. So you find that every woman that is in northern Uganda, where we got land, is very busy. Every woman has hope. Those who had no hope, they come and learn, and we show them and how to do it. And they're very excited. And also we have moved to, we are in Noya district. We have moved to the refugee camp like Ajumani, Madiokoro, Nteregu, and Yumbe. So we move in those areas. And actually, I'm happy to say that I got the gold medal of the Nile this year at the in the Women's Day. I think I've talked about it. We can move a bit. Partnership, I talked about it. You can't work alone. We must move together. You cannot, in life, you will never succeed alone. And why are we poor as women? Because we think you know it alone, you can do it alone. We are supposed to move together, work together. That's why my first priority was to sign MOU. All those I have signed MOU, and those are our partners. FAO, they helped us to plant a forest. At least the first forest I planted, 500 acres, which we are harvesting. It was funded by FAO. NADS we used to supply to, in the all of the Uganda district, supply seedlings. And after supply seedlings, before we supply, we first train the community on how to do it. What is very important on a dairy's model is how to do it. And if we can master how to produce quality fruits, it will solve all our challenges of the quality. So we look at the quality, how can you produce quality, how can you produce the quantity, and how can you export, and how can you solve your problem as a woman. One, I'm grateful that I registered Cheers Juice. From when I started, I did not have money, but I went to the register of companies and I told them I intended to register this name. When an Indian wanted to register, they called me and I went, I paid. I had not paid, but at least I had booked that trade name. And I'm so grateful. As the practical people, we are doing our job. The technical people are doing what? Are protecting us. They are setting the rules and regulations. That thing excites us because, like us, practical people, we believe waking up, go to the market, to the garden, produce, sell your things. At times, you forget that I have to protect my copyright. Like in this meeting, I'm so happy. I have not registered a dairy's motto. Tomorrow, my daughter has to register it. She was here. My firstborn did Kamasoro. She's the one responsible in registering. Now I've seen that one, I had not done it. But I'm really so grateful to the academician and the technical team. As we do our business people, we do our business. There are people behind thinking for us, guiding us on what to do and how we can move. Our future plans. Our future plan is to establish the fresh fruit factory in Noya. The factory I have is in Kampala, Kawempe, where we produce and package Cheers Juice. Now I have mobilized, I can say like 6 districts. The women have the fruits. It's my responsibility to ensure that the factory is set and I buy all those fruits. We bulk them together. We export the number 1 fruits. Then we make the juice, then we dry the fruits into powders and ensure that we market and control the market here. And also we have enough fruits where we are in the north because we do farming in 2,000 acres. The community are 18,000, that is only in Noya. Now when we have visited Madiokoro, Nteregu, Yumbe, Ajumani, I will also monitor the whole north to ensure that women produce the quality. Because what was straining me the more, the level of interception at the border, or you've sent your things abroad, they send them back. So I was telling Minister of Agriculture, you are not going to come and check the quality. Train me before I plant so that I know all the processes, how to produce that quality and the quantity needed in the market. So the demand starts from the market, what do the market need? And I will conclude with a video to show you exactly as a practical person. No, go back again. No, go back again. I will end up with a video which will take you to show you what we do. The factory, I'm sure next year it will start. Our challenge was power. I've been engaging the ministry. They wanted me to pay, but I've kept on engaging. I visited Irene Birungi, the Presidential CEO Forum, to help me to lobby And I've been moving from one institution to another. I want to ensure that we have the 3-phase. Our challenge was a bridge. The bridge, at least our woman MP had take position to ensure that they make the bridge so that from Arua Road you can reach the farm. So we need that partnership. Another thing, we need to be there for others. That's why I said a Adieris model needs to be replicated in all the training institutions, because you find that our curriculum, they train people in class. We are farmers. We must train in the garden. You must do, you must see, you must learn. That experiential training. I want to say about you when we had, what I want also to say, when we had gone to Noya, there used to be soil erosion. All the fertile soil was being taken away. So we had to do the riparian buffer, where we had to do soil and water conservation in the valleys. We dug channels, we trapped all the fertility. Now we planted trees. Now inside we are planting cocoa. I admire Ghana so much, because at least the community entered the government forest, planted cocoa, and you see that it is the biggest income of the country. So I always do a lot of research, what is happening in other country, what can we do right in Uganda, and how can I train the informal sector, especially those who have never gone to school, those who have no land, those who sit at home and say, okay, what can I do? Those who are there to produce and wait for government to help me, I'm always there for them. And I am so grateful that I have put, they call it, in Uganda, they call it a brick. I have helped our government to transform the informal sector. Most of my time, I move from one district to another, talking to the women, how they can plan for their future, where they can get the money, and how they can live in harmony. That is always our evening class from 7 up to 10. We always sit as women at our institute. What are our challenges? What are those things we have failed to do right? Even the lazy people, I always tell them, please wake up and do. Nobody is going to do it for you. Nobody is going to give you. When I enter the refugee camp, I tell them, nobody is going to buy for you food. You are not going to be a refugee forever. Move out, go to the community. People have land. I always beg for land. And I'm so grateful that wherever I go, I'm given land. There is one who had it, we are in Germany, came and said, dear, you have 200 acres, give your women to go and plant. So it is such a heart we need to have as women, to be there for each other, support each other, and work together. I want to request my video to be put, because as practical people, we don't believe in talking much. I want you to see what we do and how we do it, and I will have some time for question and answer. Help us. The other one is Calyptus. These are the class we train.
Welcome to Delight Uganda Limited in Waya Farm. A 2,000-acre agricultural marvel in Waya district, northern Uganda. Established in 2012, it proudly stands as one of Africa's largest mixed orchard farms. The Delight Noya Farm is part of Delight Uganda Limited, a woman-led organization founded in 1996 by Dr. Julian Adieri Omala.
My dream since 1996 was to make fresh juice from locally grown fruits grown by the community.
Headquartered in Kampala's Kawempe division, the company is renowned for processing and packaging fruit juices under the popular Cheers brand.
Since I did not have any direction, I started carrying out a research. I got my raw materials, I started making the juice. But as I would sell Cheers juice, it started small, it grew. But my vision, my dream would tell me, fresh juice. Then one day, UNCDF met Maggie Chigozi. Then she called me, said that, "Yeri, you can grow your fruits." I said, okay. After a month, they said, "Noya." I said, "Yes, Noya, yes." When I reached the district, my heart was very settled. The way was welcomed. I said, "I need land. I need 2,000 acres of land." They asked me, "No, we don't have the land." Then UNCDF, they are saying, "We hire the land." I said, "No, I want to buy land, or district must give me land." District said, "We don't have land." Then they sourced for the land. That's how we went to Noya.
Our farm boasts 1,000 acres of mangoes, 50 acres of citrus, 200 acres of guavas, 50 acres of macadamia nuts, 26 acres of cashew nuts, 2,500 pawpaw trees, 2,050 mulberry trees, 2,000 jackfruit trees, and 850 maple trees. Additionally, we grow various tree species, cultivate food and medicinal plants, and practice animal husbandry, supplying diverse markets.
We have also established a Thonobotome where we have 20 acres of medicinal gardens. All the endangered species of trees are there. Medicines are there. And what is very important, because of the challenges we faced establishing and learning fruit farming as a business, we had to establish a farm institute.
Delight Uganda Limited Noya Farm hosts an institute that trains individuals in fruit and food production and animal husbandry. Dr. Julian Adieri Omala envisions it as Africa's premier agricultural learning institute, setting benchmarks in sustainable farming methods, utilizing the Adieri model.
Adieri's model, we sleep at the institute. We collect the people from the community, we bring them, we show them, we do the farm tour, we show them what we do. After showing them, then we tell them to do for us. After they have done for us, then they master. After they have done it for 15 days, we take them in different classes. If it is a day of learning about medicinal plants, we go to the medicinal forest, where we train them about all the different herbs, what it cures, what is the benefit, what is the gain.
Our institute features a robust administration and resource block with breakaway class space for 400 people. We are proud to work with a dedicated workforce from the local community, embodying the spirit of rural transformation.
We train the community to have at least an acre of land, where we do fruit farming as a business. That's how we train practically. After
We
they
also
have
manage
done
the
it, we
30-acre
go to
food
their
plot
area.
that boasts over 48 different food varieties. This diverse agricultural environment serves as a training ground for the community, where we teach effective techniques for planting food crops alongside fruit trees. This approach helps ensure a steady income throughout various seasons by spacing out their harvests. In alignment with the United Nations SDG 2, we are committed to addressing global food security. We recognize the increasing challenges of hunger and food insecurity exacerbated by the pandemic, conflict, climate change, and inequalities.
I see that Garden of Eden, where people will come and rest, people will come and learn at the institute, and I trust before I die it will happen, because I have prayed to the Lord and I see innovators coming to add on what we have done, because the project is bigger than us. And I trust we need innovators, we need the scientists, we need the academicians, but we also need the people who need the knowledge.
We thank our partners and strive to build more alliances to achieve this crucial goal.
I'm going to make my children and my husband, he's late, but I'm not the household myself. I'm going to teach them how to dig and then prepare the land and put the mango seeds in nursery so that we plant them, and then we become a big orchard.
Right now, as we are here, the mindset is being cleared, so that when we go back as human beings, and tomorrow something will be seen from a human, because the land is there, but because of the mind is not been well established to do something profitable. That's why you see we are as we are. Otherwise, when we see this and we are much impressed and we are seeing, yeah, the little that the knowledge we get here, we can do something which I think will be projected in the new future.
We want to be a leading provider of fruit products and promoter of modern agribusiness in Uganda and the region. We strive to promote economic empowerment and sustainable quality and quantity of fruit and food production.
We work
for livelihood
together.
through capacity building.
I was in their garden training them, because at the farm they do for us, I do for them.
After a long day of work, we encourage our scholars, staff, and community members to unwind by playing various games and sports at our 20-acre recreational site located on the farm. Additionally, our farm boasts beautiful attractions, including waterfalls and the River Dam, providing scenic spots for relaxation and exploration during the stay.
I humbly beg if there is anybody who can help us to grow that farm better and to grow our dairy's model better, you are most welcome. To me, I believe in that unity. I believe in working together and supporting each other. And I'm so grateful to the technical team. When we are doing our businesses, those who are there to ensure that our copyrights are protected. Because you can't do each and everything. You as a woman entrepreneur, you want to look for money. But I also remember that somebody was there for me. When I started Delight Uganda, I had so many challenges. Since I was alone, the time I became sick. After producing this second daughter of mine, I got another baby within a year, because the firstborn is a mother of 3. She's 13 years older than this one. Now, I had failed to get a baby. I prayed, I fasted, that's when I conceived and I got this girl. And that's why she's my friend. And I became sick, and the company was collapsing. But I had to consult. I would go to Enterprise Uganda, I consulted Mr. Chichi. I went to Uganda Investment Authority. Maggie Chigos is my best friend. I learned from others. I would consult. There is a man called Deng from Ghana. When we were at the gallery, I would disturb the professor. Still he came and said, woman from Africa, I know how to grow fruits. I will come to Uganda and train you. Women, we need each other. We need to support each other. So I call upon anybody who can help me to grow that institute better, because we are starting a master class. A master class, we want to train people who are about to retire. My husband left, is a judice officer. They refused to give him early retirement. He said, Mommy, I must support you. He's a patron of Supportive Husband in Oya district. And when I'm picking women from other districts, at times I get challenged with men. I tell them, no, I'm also a married woman. And when I take these women, my husband will take care of them. And since he was a judice officer, he served in those areas. At times I saw them, this is my husband. I say, okay, we trust him, he was good, and he was there to protect women. And I gather, I can have 400 women for 15 days. But what is very important is we save, we don't buy food. We grow food, and I train the women how to grow food. Every woman is supposed to eat food from the garden, not to buy. That is the only way you can save money and have money. Secondly, the ease of investing. Me, every year, I invest by planting trees. Right now with Trio, we are planting 200 hectares of local trees. In those forests, we are putting there cocoa. Because I learned it from Ghana. That's why when I met my sister from Ghana, I was so happy. I said, yes, I learned a trick. They invaded the government forest. They would go maybe to harvest firewood, but they think they're harvesting firewood, they are planting their cocoa. Women, we are supposed to, as innovators, what have you done? So if you leave the world, will you be remembered? My role model is Semei Kakunguru. Why Semei Kakunguru? Semei Kakunguru, I love him because, may he so rest in peace. When I went to Southern Sudan, all the trees around the Nile, from Uganda up, was planted by him. We must have that heart to do for others. We are planting trees which will be harvested after 400 years. There is a tree called Omarazeria. And my husband has planted a lot. The medicinal trees. We know all the drugs. That's why I was talking to my mentor, Dr. Namata. I told her, Madam, you need to come and help me. We get the certificate and we do the validation. Many people talk about herbal, but they don't have medicinal gardens. So if we come together as women, like now women in Africa, and support each other, plan together, educate the others, the younger one, the future. When I move with her. I said, I'm moving with my future because I'm soon clocking 60. At 65, I cannot move. I can't be everywhere. But my children, I saw them exactly how to do. The same thing I do to the children in the community, the youth. And actually, I want to show you the gold medal I got of the Nile. Did my photo come? On Women's Day, I got the gold medal of the Nile. I was so excited because my heart said, yes, I have struggled so much. I used to think government is not thinking about me. But when they called me for that gold medal, I said, God, thank you. And I wanted to talk to the president, but as I was trying to talk to him, he just said, Adira, I know you've gone through a lot, but you are my hero. How have you managed to organize people when you are a Mnyoro from Hoima and you are married in Tororo? You go to Noya district in the language you cannot talk. You go up to the refugee in the West Nile and you train people. And actually one day we had a meeting with the UN agencies where the king of the Acholi said every woman must adapt to Adiri's motto, because a woman is not supposed to buy food when you have land. A woman is not supposed to move backbiting, doing what? Whether you are a professional or not, once you are a mother, ensure you have food. Your own food you will put at the table. You must make money to support your husband, to educate your children. You must plan ahead of time. I always have a worker plan for 5 years. And I always ensure that whatever I have planned, I must hit the target. If I fail to hit the target, I give myself 5 years. And when I'm training, I always tell my girls, the community, that you must learn to do. That's why a team from Monterrey, they are the one who composed our motto that we learn by doing. If you come to our institute and you are not ready to get a hoe and go and dig, I take you back the next day. Because me, I can stand for 5-6 hours. What about you who has nothing? You are supposed to have a master plan in your life. Whether you've gone to school or not, you must have a garden. You must have a plan for short-term income and sustainable income. And you must be ready to live in harmony. Because for us, once a man has given the wife the land user right, that garden belongs to the wife. Even if you chase her away, she's free to come and harvest the mango, sell the mango. So we always engage the men to come and we talk to them. My husband talks to them seriously, and I also tell them, yes, as the Bible said, a man must love his wife. There is no way you can mistreat your wife and you think you'll be blessed. And women, we are supposed to follow the church law. We are supposed to be submissive to our husbands. You know, things are not moving on right. At times, women, we are proud. I want to tell you, me, I'm a housewife who give respect to my husband. And I do whatever I can to ensure I make him happy. Another thing I need to talk about, what has divided our families, these are other children. You find that your husband has produced those children. Once a kid is born, cannot go back in the what? In the stomach. You just educate that kid so that he grows, he makes his future. Fighting in homes must end. Disagreeing that a man sleeps here, you sleep here, you can't talk, you can't resolve issues, it's very bad. We are supposed to resolve issues. As you look at me, I'm the head of Kiraja at our Holy Family Church. I have enough time to do all what I'm supposed to do. Why? Because I train by doing. At home, my house girls are home managers. They have to manage the home affairs. Once I have trained them, they have to do everything for me. People must be there for me. I have capable managers. I have a team of 160 people who supports me, because most of my time I'm empowering the community. That's what gives me joy. I'm doing God's work. Why should I die alone of stress? Those were the time when I had just started Delight Uganda Limited, when I used to do each and everything, and I used to micromanage. Now I said I cannot micromanage anymore because I'm growing old. Yesterday I was with a girl, she's Mary, chartered accountant. I pick professionals to come and help me to organize. There are people who are always there for me. Women, we need to organize our businesses. We must look at succession. Who is going to be there? Because me, as I said, I'm a mother of three. My firstborn, she's a commercial lawyer. She was the best in Makerere. I had to sell land to push her to Cambridge. I say now I have sold the land. The second one, I must plant a forest. That's why I planted 500 acres of eucalyptus. So when my son was disturbing me after King's College Budos, he went to Makerere. They were telling him to do librarian. I said, my son, be home. As I was trying to keep him home, the man had done internship at Victoria Motors. He had become one of the mechanics. He would go and repair vehicles. I said, my son, after senior 6 is getting spoiled, I had to send him to India. So to be there and associate with other people, also to run the issue of succession. I love India. Why? They train their children when they are still young to master all their businesses. Women, we die and our legacy, we die with it. I humbly beg you, if you have not prepared, it's not only intellectual property rights, or to register that one is a document, go back in your business. Do you have that intellectual property? Have you set it in the family members? What about that succession if you are no more? Are your children going to fight for things instead of burying you? For us, we are 5 equal shareholders, and we have a company which owns the land. Nobody can make a decision alone, and we all work together to ensure that the farm stands. And when my husband loved me, I would ask him, what are you going to do for me? And he would tell me, time will tell, time will tell. He kept on promising me. He could promise everything on the world. He gave me the first car, but we worked together, and later on he said, come and we design the Farm Institute. You see that Farm Institute is designed into a watch, the form. In the middle it's round, there is another round thing, then there is, they call it what? The straps. The women sleeps in the straps, The Farm Institute, we have the capacity at least 400 people we can sit at a go. Then later on, he said, I have paid you. I promise you of time. Now I'm going to give you my time. I ask for early retirement. They have not accepted. I'm going to be at the farm and work. The man is a worker in the farm. He can leave you in bed even at 5. He will walk the whole farm. He will tell you, I'm your eyes. But why are we working together? We want to leave a legacy. I want to be a professor before I die. I want to start writing the book. And I want to ensure that the informal sector, those who have nothing, they learn to do and invest and save. So I take most of my time. My husband said he will manage the farm. I'm free to move, to go in the communities. And I really, when I bring them, they ask me, we also want to see your husband. I said, he's there. We want him to come and train us. We became doctors in the same day. Because for me, I'm a doctor in agriculture and rural transformation. For him, he's a doctor in law and workers' productivity. But we join our brain together. What am I saying? Women, try to ensure that working together, that partnership, that friendship will help your company to grow bigger. I'm a woman who have no secret. They were asking me, all the medicine, you are telling the people what it cures. I said, what can I do? If somebody is sick, has cancer, I have the drug for cancer. I tell them that one cures this one cures this. Because I came with nothing, I will go with nothing. And I stopped fighting for this foot of land. Neighbor come, chop up your land, another one chop off. I remember this on Monday. That's why actually yesterday I came late. I was in Shangwari. I had land which I didn't know where it is, but the people were complaining. I chopped for them 3 meters up to the road. You get your road. Where there is, you need to give roads, you need to help the community, and you must ensure you resolve things. Instead of going to court, I want to tell you, please, women entrepreneurs, never waste time to go to court. Resolve issues where you can. Protect your business. That's why she has trademark was fully registered, and I ensure that at least my firstborn is a lawyer. He does everything to register, and the man I'm married to is also a lawyer, but the younger one are also learning. So I'm so grateful. If you have any question, I'm ready to answer. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mommy. I am Alima Tukuroma, once more from Sierra Leone. You really talk like a mentor. I thank God before you coming here, I've connected with you already. I'm so happy meeting you, and I'm proud of you. Thank you so much. I'm in soap making in my country, and I've also trained a lot of people, and I've gathered almost all the innovative women in my country, nationwide. And I'm trying to train them more and to go with other skills for them to learn. Remember, I told you that, Mommy, I want to learn. Yes. Your juice, right? Good. I will take that for the agricultural sector because I have cultural ladies in my group. So I will take that message to them and try to connect with you and see what we can do about it. My mommy is not here, but one is here with me. Look at her. I came with her. They are fighting it so much in our country for this innovation stuff to fly up the air. And I pray that it's going to be like that. So, Mommy, no more, nobody will buy soap in my home. I'll produce soap. I will produce soap. You produce food. Women produce food. women, I will go with that message for the agriculturists. So once more, you said we should plan for our future, which is good. My son do produce, I have a son, my son do produce hand sanitizers and Dettol, bleach. I've taught him how to do those stuff. So thank you for reminding me again, because I'm going to help him to stand by himself. Before going to the university, he's going to pay his bills. Yes, and my sister and daughter is also paying for herself. She's paying for herself, her university bills, because the soap training, I trained her, then I've trained a lot of people. My company is Glowy World, but now we have the National Innovative Women Association. I've gathered them, and I'm still going to gather them more. So we need you in my country for you to train us how to produce juice. Thank you so much.
I will start with my mentor, doctor. She helped me when I was starting to make cheers juice. I would go to her, walk from Kawempe to Wandegea. Yes.
Actually, I just want to first give you a hug. Forgive me, I had requested for a few minutes just to compliment you.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Grace Nambaza-Chayune. I'm a medicinal chemist, PhD, but I'm heading the traditional medicine research sector in Ministry of Health here. And yes, Aderi really consulted us, and when she was making those concentrates, and I'm really amazed that from the time we talked of natural fruits, you've done it. And I'm leaving prematurely today because tomorrow we are graduating a cohort of 40 occupational herbalists, where we shall invite you to mentor them, because I don't think they have gardens.
They don't have.
Yeah, and we're doing this in partnership with the Directorate of Industrial Training. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank URSB. You're doing us great. Dear African members here, I believe you know every 31st August, we celebrate African Traditional Medicine Day. But for us in Uganda this time, we've deferred it to be 10th October so that we make it all inclusive. But Saturday still we're going to have a discussion in SETA, where SETA is an NGO which links traditional healers with modern doctors. So you're all invited to really, you're really, really needed, because this is coming at the right time. You've talked of growing cocoa, and I shared with you ice cream plants, which intercrops well with, this is a plant you open and eat natural ice cream. You've done us great, and the theme of African Traditional Medicine this time is safety of traditional medicine, the role of regulators. And URSB's role in regulation is through IP. So I'm so happy that I sacrificed time to be here, because there is a lot that is going to enrich the other time. And I'd like to end up by sharing that after you, Adjeri, we looked at the plight of, there is a big area in our eastern Uganda here where people grow a lot of sugarcane, but they're not benefiting like Mauritius is doing. The people who buy from them buy a whole ton at just 100,000 Uganda shillings. So we stepped in as an institution, and we mentored the region in processing sugarcane to make juice. And as we talk, it's packaged and certified. And out of the syrup of sugarcane, we mix with super seeds and super fruits and make energy bites. And okay, most of the IP there is mine, but I don't also care like her. We do it through youth. And if we link with what we've gotten from here, I can see Uganda marathoning. As I end here, I want to leave you with one question. There are many people like her who mentioned my name. Of recent, there was our innovator, Professor Gwang. Most of them will mention my name. People will tell me, Dr. Grace, you're a brand. How can I use my name? I'm leaving it to the IP people. But really so great I've been given this time. Thank you so much.
We are so proud of you, RSB. Thank you so much. Thank you. Adieli, thank you.
And from one class.
And I also got a medal like she got in 2008, Katsa Uganda government. They really appreciate it. Thank you. So I'll leave this with you, RSB, in case our guests want to taste and give me a feedback. Thank you.
Other question?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adieri. I must say that your achievement is mind-blowing. My question is, as you do this is knowledge, traditional knowledge. Most of it is traditional knowledge. And right now, as we speak, in this generation, our tradition is dying in terms of language, in terms of all these medicinal knowledge. What have you thought about working along with Ministry of Education, like help the young generation? Because for me, my passion is always that you need to start with the grassroots. And the grassroots is the child. Because at the end of the day, like you said, God willing, at some point, we are called and we go. How about the little generation that comes along? We don't want to lose that. We want to have our lineages go on. So have you thought about that? Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I will first answer that question. We are planting all the endangered species of trees and medicine in the farm. As you see, we have 2,000. She told me that one, I didn't know. At night, I called my husband, he's in the farm. He said, yes, I've seen it. We are going to plant. I have already ordered for seedlings. Innovators, we are supposed to search, but share the knowledge. Keeping it yourself, it cannot help. You will not die with it. So you are most welcome. Bring the people to come and learn, the younger people. Even we are going to start agri-tourism. Actually, we have already started. You have seen our farm. We are building dormitories so that the primary student can come, enjoy fruits, learn, and cram it. My grandchildren, I was called when I hear, they have already packed their bags. They want to go and plant their trees. They want to go and sell mangoes, sell guavas. Now is the season for guavas. So we need to take back our children back where they come from and learn that at least milk is got from the cow, not in the fridge. It's our responsibility as mothers. And also, climate change. That issue is for us women, not men, not even government, because it is us who cut. We have to cook. So it's us to plant. And secondly, it is us who brings life to the world. It's our duty. Women, go back, because you are innovators, go back and change the tune. I left Kampala, I live in Noya. The press people were asking, Adieri, we no longer see you. In Noya, come to Noya. You have seen the land. Come and also learn to invest ahead of time. Okay. Any other question?
Mine is not a question. When I saw your farm and thought about, they saying that says, most time people see men as the key player in the home. But I think you have changed the world. Thank you so much for your hard work. I'm so impressed because the video you have shown us is not only for us to learn from the video, but it's for us to go back to our country and talk to our mothers and our lawmakers, because this can be done by our own. And I think government has come in. I saw your award from the president. They have been helping. So as I have my lawmaker seated by me here, I'm sure she's going back to Lesotho. This is something for all of us as women to carry our voices to our home, to help in the agriculture sector. Whatever you can do to contribute to our economy, not only agriculture, like I saw her from Freetown, she's doing soap. You can do something with your hands. Your hands can do a lot of things, your ideas, and you did not only talk about intellectual property. That's what impressed me, because you started from not just IP, but teaching us as women what to do in our various homes. So I will stand up to just say thank you very much as a mother, as a grandmother, and bringing your children or teaching your children is one of the things that I admire from you, because once you leave the stage, she will be there to copy from you. She have learned a lot from you, so she will be able to teach her children and grandchildren. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for coming here. And to the organizer, you did not make a mistake to bring her here to teach us. Thank you so much.
There was another lady. Yes. Then
From
the
my
other.
side, I would like to, I'm still very speechless. When you are giving your testimony, me and my friends would just look at each other and shake our heads and would just communicate like, what are we doing with our lives? You made us feel like we have been sleeping. I think we are all feeling the same. Yeah, so first of all, I would love to thank URSB, because if you hadn't invited her, would just keep knowing the brand and never know the history behind it. URSB, thank you very much for bringing an authentic person to present to us. You know, sometimes you go for conferences and you leave when you're not feeling the guilt. I'm feeling so guilty right now. And I and my neighbors were already saying, we need to organize ourselves and we go to this farm. I even don't know your
You're
names.
most
We shall know our
welcome.
names later.
Actually, we have accommodation and we host people.
Yes.
And we charge 100,000 food and accommodation and training. We also have a bus for farm tour, so you can, if you are many, you organize, you get into a bus of like 50 people. We take you and we can train you for 3 days.
Okay. One of the things I've learned is growing through partnerships and sharing knowledge. My side, I make reusable sanitary pads, baby diapers, and of course, I'm planning to increase on the production line by introducing other products. But I was always hesitant whenever someone would ask me to train. In my head, I'm like, if I give you my knowledge, and then we find we have very many reusable sanitary pads manufacturers in Uganda, then the market will be so littered. And most people definitely would, especially NGOs, would contact me, and besides purchasing the products, they would always want me to share knowledge on how I do the pads. So one of the things I've learned from you today is for us to be very open to share the knowledge, because the market is wide and you're not here for long.
Yes.
And when you're also impacting the people in the community, I think it's very good. Another thing I would love to ask you is how you've been able to penetrate in these communities like the refugee camps. On my side, I have a product I believe serves best in the refugee camps, both by training, which I'm now open to, and selling the product. But most of the people that come to me, they are like agents. And because somehow we don't get to agree on the price, they disappear. I've totally failed to penetrate through refugee camps. Thank you very much. You are like my mentor right now. And I'm so challenged, and I'm so happy I got to be invited for this conference. I think I'll always use you for example, in every place I attend or conference, as someone who is very authentic, self-built, and exemplary. Thank you so much, Mama.
Welcome. African, if we don't accept sharing, we can only protect our intellectual property, like Chia's juice, that, I protected it. I'm going to protect Adie's model. Tomorrow, Bridget has to do that, because my model is so unique. But we must share the little we have. That's why Chinese are ruling the whole world. That's why Indians have mastered it. And that's why I said my son must go to India, not UK, not Canada, because India is like Uganda. They really struggle to survive. The little time he has been there, he's very happy because he already have friends. And you find that children going to audit their parents' business. This son of mine, I put them through school taking cheers juice. I can see majority here, you are all taking cheers juice. But I learned one thing. You took cheers juice, I was importing concentrates. Your children need the real fresh juice, organic juice. That's why I had to go to the farm. So what is very, very important, to have your neighbor. To love the Lord your God, number one, and your neighbor. And they say a giving hand will always be up. Women, let us stop being mean to ourselves. I attended the World Donors Forum where I was called the undeserved. It was in Paris. They wanted to give me 3 minutes to talk to them. When I went, it was afternoon. The whole World Donors Forum, they were tired, stressed. I said, okay, you seem tired. Allow the undeserved to entertain you for 30 minutes. They gave me 30 minutes to talk to them. I delivered my presentation. I really marketed Uganda. I marketed Africa. Women, we are African. We must struggle together, unite together. That's why I'm calling upon anybody who feel can add to our institute in training the informal sector, and we are also adding on the master class so that those who are about to retire, we prepare them before they retire. They invest their money rightly so that when they leave office, they don't lose the money, their retirement package, or they don't become stuck in office because they have not planned ahead of time. So I call upon you women, and I'm ready to visit you and train you in my field. I'm ready. And those who have the knowledge, come and train our people together. Any other question or time is over?
Yeah, hello, thank you.
I just want to regulate at least a few questions. If that can be the final one, and then since we'll have a lunch break, what we can do, we can organize a special table with Dr. Julian. Those who have questions, you want to share experiences, you can sit together and always have that. But we want to make sure that we redeem time. So allow me request that that be the final question for this session, and then we can always pick up after. So please ask your question.
All right, thank you, Mark. Good afternoon. Mine are compliments, but also a question. Dr. Julian, you're such a formidable person, I must say. Very inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing your story. One thing I've noticed is your success is not just about your business, but the positive impact you've had on the local communities and the economy as well. You don't know how much you impact the local communities. From your story, the video that you shared, I could see the people that were behind you. You're not just a business. So your success for me, I don't just look at it as your business, but the impact you've had on the local community. And that speaks volumes about you. Thank you so much for doing that to other people. Then secondly, thank you, URSB. I'm a policy analyst. And one thing I've really liked about bringing Dr. Julian on board, you see, if we don't have people who have hands-on experience in such conferences, sometimes we'll do the theory part of it. But if someone like a farmer comes in, they'll tell you, no, climate change is affecting us, or the seeds that you've sent to us are not doing exactly what we're trying to do. So thank you so much, URSP, for bringing such people to share their experiences because they influence policy decisions. Then thirdly, my question would be, Doctor, you're a large-scale farmer, but we know climate change is here. What strategies have you put in place that other farmers can bring on board? Because I'm sure with agriculture, definitely, climate change plays a big role. And if it's not handled, then it's going to affect your productivity and profitability. So what strategies have you put in place as a large-scale farmer or a farmer? Thank you so much.
I'm requesting that lady at least they are together. Briefly, be brief. I will answer the question at a go. Seated next.
Thank you so much. I am Raquel from the University of São Tomé and Príncipe, and I just would like to challenge you to help us, our matriarchs to guide the new generation. Can you please help us?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, I'm ready. The strategy I have is whenever I bring people in the farm, we do the farm tour. As I said at Dairy's model, I saw them, I do for them. Then I demand they must do it for me so that we master that they know. Now they go back and do it. That's how our Dairy's model is being replicated in the community. So that the lady can say something here. Briefly, kindly, come and say. Talk something.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was just reminding her about her model. There is a part of mindset change. When people come to the farm, most times people have the fixed mind. They're not ready to change or to adopt to change. So to impact better learning, the people have to go through a mindset session where you come on a round table, you discuss the challenges, the solutions, and how someone needs to be helped. Like for women, some women, how should I say? Some women come from homes that where the husbands are very strict. A girl child is not educated. So once such a woman comes to the farm, they first make her feel free to open up her mind that she can actually do. Like what a man can do, a woman can do. But then you need to remain humble.
Thank you. I think you've heard. Me, I'm really sure that even if I'm no more, Daylight is not going to die. It will be better than where I am. Because where I started it from, I did not tell you my humble poor beginning. My first formal education ended in senior 4. I educated myself from senior 4 to a doctor in agriculture and road transformation. 2014, I became a first Commonwealth woman entrepreneur in the world. And I was nominated by the women of Southern Sudan. Those I trained after the death of Garanga, I was in Juba. I own land in Juba. It's so painful. The soldiers entered my land and they earn at least 28 million. They rent it out. I have a home in Juba in Southern Sudan. I have tried to fight, but they wanted to kill me. I had to run back. But at least I trained the women in Southern Sudan better than the women in Kampala. That's why I said I will have to come to Uganda. I train my fellow Ugandan. But never give up as a woman entrepreneur. So the younger generation we are building, I donated that institute, which was donated to me by my husband.
Mostly in Uganda, in the northern side of Uganda is usually very dry. But ever since we moved there, since 2012, the climate is actually changing. We used to have little rainfall, but due to the planting of the riparian buffer, and we are controlling the soil erosion, we are planting more trees. As you can see, the whole farm is actually planted, all the 2,000 acres. And due to that, we don't need to use a lot of irrigation since the trees, they attract rainfall and the water can move actually down, can be pulled from the rivers to the other side of the land that is dry. And due to that, the climate is actually changing from very dry to a little bit better.
To appreciate Dr. Julian and her daughter. If not anything, one of the things I have learned from her session is that I have learned the true definition of a landlord. 2,000 acres. And it is achievable. This is all by a woman, and she's doing amazing things. Dr. Julian, thank you so much. We appreciate you. And like I mentioned, we are going to learn practical sessions, practically how we can do this in our businesses and how we can employ and deploy IP into our strategy and be successful. So thank you so much, Dr. Julian. I was even about to say praise the Lord as she was speaking, but it has been such a powerful session. You may have your seats. So I had hoped that we would have been able to cover another session before we break off for our lunch, but I want to release us for lunch because this session has been so power-packed. And like I mentioned, please approach Dr. Julian as well. I know many of you still have some questions that you'd want to ask. Feel free to approach her during the lunch break. But we're going to have lunch right now. It's going to be in the same restaurant we were in yesterday, if you remember. It's all the way upstairs. And we have a team that will give you your lunch coupon just as you exit the room, right at the door, right there. So they will also guide you to the venue for lunch. So have your lunch, and please, let's come back here by, not at, don't start leaving the restaurant at this time, but let's be here by 2:30 because we have another powerful session. There's somebody that is going to share on overcoming gender barriers in innovation and patenting. And she's doing amazing, amazing things. This is Miss Bonita Nanziri, and she's with us today. And you also want to be glad, you'll be excited that you listen to this session. So feel free, you're welcome to lunch, and we'll see you back here by 2:30 to get on with the rest of the program. Thank you. So like I mentioned, you'll be guided, but the lunch is being served at the same restaurant we were at yesterday, at the stairs. There are stairs and there are also lifts for those that would want to use lifts as well. You'll be guided to those. So we are sharing the restaurant with another large group of participants in another conference here. So just to avoid overcrowding, we're requesting that you leave as soon as you can right now, just to have your lunch. Do not worry, your belongings are safe in the room. It's going to be locked. Everything will be safe inside. So don't worry about the security of that. Thank you.
all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu wengi kibiashara. So kwa hiyo gazira ambayo umeitengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Mimi si trigger si kama hivi. Kwa sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme ya full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo anatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We develop systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Napenda maendeleo ambayo wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda, ambao pia wetu wa Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa kasira ambayo umeitengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Mimi trigger vitu kama hivi. Sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa. African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa. African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
So our time is fast spent, but our delegates are still coming in. They're trickling in from lunch. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch as well. We have two very important sessions in the afternoon. I have also been told that some of us would like an opportunity to tour the city, explore, shop as well. So hopefully we'll also get to do that after the day's activities. But let's just wait for a few other participants to join us and we get into the rest of the session for the day.
African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African Regional Intellectual Property Organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours.
All right, so as the ladies are still trickling in as well, our participants, I hope you have all enjoyed your lunch, including the matoke as well. I hope so. I want us to try something unique as well. There's a common saying that every woman is a superwoman. I believe I'm not lying. Yeah, every lady is a superwoman. So I'm going to move around with a microphone. I'll just pick at random, okay? About 2, 3, 5 people. Because you're a superwoman. Tell us your superpower. What you think your superpower is. For instance, I am going to throw a jab at myself. Some of you may or may have not noticed, but I have considerably larger ears than most people. Yeah. Now you're paying attention. And so for that reason, you cannot whisper near me. I will hear. I will hear it. That one, I make sure I will hear. You cannot pass a whistle. Yeah, I believe hearing is my superpower. So I'm just going to pass the microphone. 1 or 2 people, just tell us from Namibia, what do you think your superpower is?
Okay. That's an easy one.
Uh-huh.
I'm a woman.
Hey! But I think there are some answers that are general. Now that we have established that every woman is a superwoman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want to tell you why.
Uh-huh.
Right?
I hope we can all hear.
Give me the price of life. What is life worth?
I don't know how the one asking questions is now being asked questions. I don't know the answer. Can anyone answer the? But what is the price
of life?
Of life.
What is life worth?
What is life worth? Anyone that can help me, because it looks like the superhuman ability may be the ability to ask complicated questions. That may be the superpower. It is.
No, the price. Yes. Yeah. No, I'm just okay. So if you really look at it, and if I look at myself,
yes,
I've got so much worth.
Yes.
Because I'm the only one that can produce another life that is worthless.
There you go. That is the answer. The woman can produce life, and the price of life is priceless. Hey, I don't know what I don't know who wants to go next. From Zambia, do you want to tell us what your super ability is?
My mouth?
As a lawyer, I feel they need to ask for further and better particulars. But you can speak.
I can speak, so I can speak myself out of all situations.
Wow. So, in other words, you are the one to have in the car when the traffic officer stops us. You are the best person to have. Honorable member, what is your superpower?
Is to change lives, to make a difference. I always push to make a difference in people's lives in such a way that they will be able to feed themselves.
Wonderful.
I always tell them that I've never been employed formally, so I don't know how to look for job. The only thing that I know is how to build an entrepreneur. That's the only thing that I know, and
Wow.
I do best.
Wonderful. If you want your life changed and to make money, the honorable member is there. Wonderful. Just want one more person. What is your superpower?
As a young woman, it's my superpower. It's multitasking.
Ah, yes.
Yes. As a woman, I think as women, I can say it here because it's an IP Women Conference. I can say to all these women here, as women, let us be present. Can be at home, at work, and into our children. Let us have excellence when doing things. Thank you.
Wow. And I can attest to that. Multitasking. I don't know how you do it. I used to see my mother and my aunties do it. Cooking. At the same time, they are disciplining you, slapping, they are overseeing the garden, the compound. There was so much going on. Right now, if you ask me to multitask, you are asking me to fail deliberately. Thank you so much. But I think what we just wanted to establish is that each and every one of us here, especially the ladies, you bring so much to the world. And we are grateful for each and every one of you. And so we are going to get into our next presentation. And like I mentioned, allow me switch to this. Ooh. Am I okay? All right. So we're going to start our next presentation, especially as our colleagues are also still coming in, but the majority of us are here. And like I mentioned, many of us were inspired by the previous session. I think we can all agree with that from Dr. Julian's session. And like I mentioned, we are going to be listening to people that are doing this practically and that are succeeding practically. And so our next speaker is a health tech innovator and an entrepreneur with a background in software engineering, committed to transforming healthcare through advanced technology. As the founder of Afrigal Tech, she developed MDEX, a smartphone-based diagnostic tool for sickle cell disease, which offers rapid and accurate diagnostics in low-resource settings. Her innovative work has earned her patents in Uganda and the USA. Our speaker is a Global Health Corps alumna, Grace Hopper Fellow, a TEDx speaker, and Microsoft Patent Program pioneer. She has led her team to success at the Imagine Cup 2014 National Finals, representing Uganda at the World Finals in Seattle. And currently she is leading the creation of a comprehensive microscopy data set to improve the diagnosis of sickle cell, malaria, and leukemia. With over a decade of experience, she is also pursuing expertise in technology entrepreneurship, driven by her passion for transforming visionary ideas into impactful technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Miss Bonita Beatrice Nanziri from Afrigal Technologies. And she is going to be sharing on overcoming gender barriers in innovation and patenting. Let's welcome her. Let's keep clapping. Like I mentioned, we're going to be hearing amazing, amazing stories and ladies that are doing amazing things in these spaces. So Miss Bonita, you are welcome.
My name is Bonita Beatrice Nanziri,
They made the introduction, and I was thinking, who's that person? So I'm going to show you the different versions of Bonita. So on some days, I am doing serious work, like speaking about sickle cell disease. On other days, I am selling juice from a tea flask. I'm an entrepreneur. On other days, I'm taking risks. And on other days, I'm posing with statues. I would like to share my story as a woman innovating in health tech and navigating the IP space. Growing up, I was always a tinkerer. You know, those of us that have children, you know those kids by every time you come home, you know they've spoiled something? I was those children. And not limited to remotes, radios, flat irons, name it. So in that picture, I was teaching 6 to 12-year-olds how to create a power bank using a candy case, batteries, and a few wires and sellotape. So I can say that I've been an innovator half my life. My other picture is not showing, but on our first day at work, the office attendant brought in a table to be assembled, and he took long. So I just told my friends, you know, we can fix this. So we were fixing a table. And when I joined university, I told God that I don't want to just graduate with a degree. I want something to show for it. And as a result of that, I was at every tech event in Kampala. Every tech event in Kampala that I got to know of. And that's how I got introduced to something called hackathons. In this picture, like you can see, I was the only girl in that group. And that wasn't, it was very common. Sometimes I'd be the only girl in the room at a hackathon. And at one of these events, specifically the Orange Expo, I'm moving around and I find a stall where a gentleman had created an app that helps women to feel their children's heartbeats while pregnant without having the need to go to hospital. So I asked him, I'm a very curious mind. I asked him, so what is this that you do? How can I create something like this? How do I also create something? And after our conversation, he was like, for a fresher, for a year one, you're different. I want to mentor you. I was like, okay. In my head, I was like, whatever he has seen, he'll struggle with it. So around the same time, we had just learned how to develop apps. We had learned a course in mobile app development. And it so happened, a week after I'd met that guy, I lost a friend to sickle cell. And while at the vigil, I'm like, that guy created an app for women, I can create an app for sickle cell. Then in our first check-in, we have the conversation. He's like, okay, that's good, but first you're going to create a team. I had always known if I'm going to create a team, it's going to be women. So those are 2 members of my founding team. We were at one of the hubs in Kampala. It's called Outbox. So I created a team. And when I created a team, he was like, okay, now, when we are creating problems, you don't just go and start coding. You go and understand the problem. So he told me to go and do research on sickle cell. I reached out to a few people I knew who are doctors. Then they kept on recommending me, and what we found out was that there were 3 major problems. First and foremost, we discovered that 80% of all the children that were born with sickle cell in Uganda at that time, I'm speaking 2014, passed on before 5 years. And when we try to understand the why, I'm a person who asks why. We found those three major reasons. One, there was limited access to quality diagnostic services. Let's not forget, people imagine sickle cell was witchcraft. So it was always a story of, oh, that woman gives birth to children with sickle cell. Then there were not very many people who had the expertise to be able to identify sickle cell from a blood slide. But that was also the point of time. The government had rolled out free sickle cell clinics at regional level, but before one could be enrolled, they had to first be tested. And at the moment, it would take between a month to 6 months for someone to get their results. And you know what used to happen? Sometimes these results would be sent back when those people have already died. So I figured that with my background, that's something we could easily work with intake. So we birthed MDEX. That was the very first prototype. So it was your basic mobile phone. Then we had, at first we had a mobile phone case cover and then the external lens of a microscope. And how it worked was, you can see here, so that's how, then later we graduated to 3D printing. So that was our very first prototype. So what would happen is a medical personnel would prepare a blood slide, then take an image of the blood slide, then they would be able, there was an algorithm on the phone that would run the image and then give results. In case there was need for a second opinion, there's an option of sharing with an expert, maybe in Kampala or wherever it was. And when we presented the first prototype to our mentor, he suggested that the Imagine Cup Uganda finals were coming up, so he suggested that we submit it to the Imagine Cup. Why not? This is something we could have fun doing, so we improved the prototype and submitted to Imagine Cup. So in the picture down there, that was us convincing judges. You know, we were pitching, presenting. Please remember, because I'd attended quite a number of hackathons, my pitching game was on point. So we were convincing them, we managed to convince them, and we emerged as the winners for the Uganda Imagine Cup in 2014. We went on to go through the semi-finals and eventually represent Uganda at the World Finals. But now for me, this was a wake-up call. At this point, it stopped just being an app. It stopped just being an opportunity for me to showcase my developer skills. It became something that I actually wanted to dedicate my life to, something I wanted to develop to fruition. And I remember after winning the Imagine Cup, we needed to improve our prototype. After winning the nationals, we needed to improve our prototype to be able to submit for the semi-finals. At the moment at our university, there was a software business incubation lab. So we went to the professor that was running it, and his wife worked at the sickle cell clinic in Mulago. So he introduced us to the wife, and as luck could have it, that very same year, a world-renowned sickle cell specialist was visiting the hospital. So we got introduced to Professor Howard Bunn. We told him what we were trying to do. Then he shared that something had been done in Nigeria, but when we tried to walk him through how we're trying to build it, we're trying to use as minimal resources as possible. We wanted to make sure that even people with less expertise are able to use it. He said a statement that validated all the work we had done. He said, these technology things are constantly changing, but you young girls are hungry, you're on fire, and you're showing a commitment to improve this. I believe this is going to succeed. Those statements to him were just statements. To us, they were fuel to the fire that had been lit. So in the picture, that is a hematologist in Mulago, Dr. Bengo. Part of the journey, I had to learn how to focus a microscope. I had to learn how to stain a blood slide. I had to understand what happens when you understain or when you overstain, and why it's important to do everything right. So on the other side is how the red blood cells look like under a microscope. You can see some of them are like Cs. So those are sickle cells. Still about partnerships. When doctor was sharing, the person, I kept on telling Nancy that, why did I have to speak after her? She mentioned partnerships, and I can attest that in this journey, partnerships have been extremely important. So we continued working with Professor Howard Franklin, and he kept making very critical connections that at some point when we needed data to feed our algorithm to train our data, he recommended me to the sickle cell clinic in Chicago, that when I went there, I already had someone who was expecting me. We had conversations, and that helped our journey quite a lot. Then Dr. Derek Bengo, he was the hematologist, and then Microsoft. So my IP journey starts when I go to visit, when I'm invited to speak at a conference. My auntie picks me up and asks me, so you're out here telling people about what it is that you're doing. Have you protected it? I'm like, they won't understand. I go to a friend of mine in Chicago because I had to go and visit the University of Illinois, and he asks the same question. So that when it occurs to me that this could be a valid point, these people stay here, and there is a reason as to why. So in our next check-in, Microsoft used to check in with us every once in a while. So when they asked what challenges we were facing, I mentioned that the world is taking interest in our solution, but we have not yet protected it. So that very year, they had just launched the Microsoft patent program. And the gentleman said that he would introduce us to the team that's running the program. So that was a very critical partnership in the journey. And I would like to acknowledge the support that Microsoft gave us, because they handled most of the patent costs, the patent process costs. And all we had to do was to sit with engineers, sit with legal partners to help them understand. Then they would draft documents, share them with us. We review them and then suggest amendments or improvements. And that process as well was quite an eye-opener. They asked me about the diameter of a red blood cell. I had never thought of that. All I cared for was identifying the sickled cells. So it taught me a very critical life lesson. The importance of paying attention to details. What might seem irrelevant could be the one important thing that's probably even your IP in business. So because AI was quite a new field at the time, we reached out to the Artificial Intelligence Lab in Makerere at the time, and Dr. John Crane and Dr. Ernest Mwebaze took their time to help us understand what it is that we were trying to do. They recommended courses for us to study to be able to develop the technology. These are some of the other people we partnered with. So Central Public Health Labs, right now it's Uganda National Health Lab Services, allowed us to intern with them, to volunteer with them for 6 months, to be a part of their field outreaches, to understand the actual challenges they face in the field. We won funding from Close the Gap, Big Ideas Berkeley, as well as technical support from Engineering for Change. So normally when I say MDEX was mostly 2 parts, a phone and an external lens of a microscope. So now that we've had the journey of MDEX, I'd also like to share that part of this is what our milestones look like for the IP journey. So in September 16, thanks to URSB, we were granted a Uganda patent. Then in November 2016, we filed the US patent, and in May 2018, it was granted. So now that we've had that story, there are other parts to this journey, especially as a woman. In this picture, I don't know if I'm okay. So in this picture, I am the one in a white t-shirt and braids. At that point, I was 5 months pregnant. I was on this trip. I had a not so kind nausea, but I had to show up. And I remember shortly after giving birth to my daughter, she's now 7 years old, I had to first take a break because I did not know how to balance motherhood and being on fire to save the world. There's also always the imposter syndrome. I remember on one of these hackathons, it was a Saturday, and one of the guys asked me, "Bonita, it's a Saturday. Why aren't you at the saloon?" I was like, do I respond? Do I not respond? Then I told him, Arsenal and Man U are playing. Why aren't you watching the match? That was Garage 48, so it was a 48-hour hackathon where we had to stay at the hub, creating a solution. Then one of the best things happened to me. I attended the Grasshopper conference. And for the first time in my life, I sat in a room with over 1,000 women in tech. You guys, that experience breathed life into me. I used to dress like a tomboy, like I was your typical tomboy. And I remember one of the speakers said that as a woman, to fit in the male-dominated field, you don't have to dress and act like them. You still need to keep your feminine side because that's what makes you different. And because of that, it adds a special touch to whatever it is you're building. So today, because of that, that's why you see I have a bit of lip gloss. Sometimes we do lipstick. But for me, that was like a very key highlight. I had women share stories of how before, when they were asking for business, they had to submit with men's names so that their, requests or proposals would be looked at. And for me, that was evident that yes, as much as we are not yet there in Uganda, we could get there. And when I came back, I joined AFCHICS. And at this point, this is where I want to talk about the mentorship and support. So when AFCHICS was a group of, initially it was Linux Chicks, then it rebranded to AFCHICS. It's a group of African women in technology. And what mostly we were doing is we would go to secondary schools and talk to girls about pursuing careers in science, technology, engineering, and math. Then we would lobby for resources. For example, we lobbied for computers from Microsoft to install at the two schools of the deaf and stuff like that. Why am I sharing this? There is power in mentorship and support. In this image, the guy in the middle is the guy I met at the Orange Expo, and he thought I was different for a first-year student and asked to mentor me. So on this trip, I hadn't gotten a visa. So he went with my team to ensure that the presentation was done well. The ladies you see in that picture, one of them is Miss Nodumo Dlamini. When I was supposed to travel to the to the Grasshopper conference, I had a shortage on my ticket money. And she called her agent and told her that, give this girl a ticket. In case she doesn't pay, I will pay. So that's how I ended up going for the Grasshopper conference. As women, I believe that we need support and mentorship. When you have a tribe that cheers you on, and let me assure you, that tribe is always there. If you're not a part of it, find it, and you will see it, and it will mean a lot. On the days when you doubt who you are, on the days when the imposter syndrome is setting in, that tribe will remind you who you are. Then dream big. At lunch, I was asking Doctor, how did you think about asking for 2,000 acres? If I'd been given that opportunity, I would have asked for 100. She's like, I dream big. So this is me in 2014, dreaming about being a CEO, yet I had not yet started a company. And up to now, I believe I'm going to build one of the biggest health tech innovation companies. One of the things that we have really struggled with is building a long-term IP strategy. So when we got the patent, we were excited, we were happy, but at first we didn't know that we could commercialize it. Along the way, we got into a bit of hiccups, that we were struggling with the technologies, we were struggling with the prototyping, we were struggling, like part of my team had moved on. Some people had gone on to do their masters, some had gotten married. And I was at a point where I was thinking, okay, do we go on with this or do we shut it down? What do we do next? I remember in 2018 when the US patent came in, I'd given God an ultimatum. I told him that if by March I don't have an answer, I'm going to drop this thing. In Feb, was it in Feb? In Feb, I think, an email came saying that we were at the very final stages of being granted the US patent. I remember when I got that email, I went online and Googled how long it takes to get a US patent after filing it. And it was showing that for some people it could even take 10 years, for some people 8 years. And for us it was 2 years. So I was like, okay, let's get back on the drawing board. Now the question is, we have this patent, we have this innovation, how do we make money from it? I asked myself, have you ever run a business? Not very seriously. So what do we do to learn how to run a business? I stepped out and got a job with Startup Africa as a venture associate. But I was also speaking to people who had actually built actual businesses out of their ideas. And then it occurred to me that we did not have a sustainable business model. I was like, okay. So how does one find a sustainable business model? Also, to track back a little bit, in 2018, what I did when we eventually got the US patent, I was like, okay, what I'm going to do, let me go out in the real world, because we've been building from our garage. So I got a fellowship with a Grace Hopper conference, and we were rolling out mobile phones in health facilities in over 20 districts in Uganda to track attendance of health workers to duty. And that 1 year showed me everything I had been doing wrong the last 5 years. And what did that teach me? It's not good to constantly be building in a silo. Get out in the real world. If you're building a product, put it out there and test it out. So it turned out we were running fast in the wrong direction for 5 years. Then when I did the fellowship, so after the fellowship, I was like, okay, so now that we know we need to sort out our ethics, we need to sort out our data collection, our research methods, how do we do the business? So that's when I start learning to think like a business person. And I can tell you for the last 3 years, I have a better understanding of the things you should do when you're building. Most of us creators, when you're building, it's just about solving a problem. But can you think about the possibility of marketing from the time you start developing your solution? Can you think about who is going to pay for this? Who will be willing to pay for this? And this could also be impact as well. You could have a product, or your IP could be along the impact lines where someone is willing to pay for that. And then you do the work while they pay you to do the work to provide the impact that you're providing. And as a result of that, we went back on the drawing table and tried to identify a gap in the diagnostic space. Because at first we were just looking at sickle cell, but the market size for sickle cell is quite little. It's very cartoon. It's mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. But the solution that we developed, or the technology that we have, can be applied to a more diverse subset of problems in the same space. So we found that there is a challenge with newborn screening programs in low-resource areas, as well as limited diagnostic tools. Let's also talk about point-of-care testing. Do you know how easy it is right now to know if you're pregnant? You just need a strip, is that right? What other diagnosis can you get in an instant? We have malaria. Someone else was saying something? Yes? HIV. Someone else was saying something? Sorry? Sugar, diabetes. But are those the only emergency problems, healthcare problems that we have in on the continent? Exactly. So, also the cost of diagnostics. For some people, some tests are as high as $30. For low resource areas, that is quite on the high end. And from that, we identified a need for innovative solutions for low resource areas. So now you realize after 7 years, I've gone back on the drawing table and I'm now doing things right. I'm not just creating because I can create. I'm now creating because I want to build something that's going to last a lifetime and provide impact, given that I'm very passionate about impact. So the need we identify, there's a need for affordable diagnostics, innovation in point-of-care diagnostics, as well as low-cost scalable diagnostic tools. I've gotten to a point where I want us as a continent to move away from award-winning ideas to ideas that actually can be brought to the marketplace and provide impact and change people's lives. Because then we are building the Africa that we want. But if we are just building award-winning ideas, or we are conducting this research that never leaves the lab, then I feel like we're doing our continent a disservice. So now, with all that knowledge, what is my next step? So my next step is, we are currently building a very comprehensive database of stained blood slides. When I talk about blood slides, do we know what they are? You know that glass, that rectangular glass? Yes. So when I went to the University of Illinois, I thought they had digitized data. They did not. So when I came back, I built a data set. I was a software engineer. I did not know that in the medical field, the game is a bit different. There's something called consent. So I have 10,000 images that I can never use because I did not collect them ethically. So now that we are doing it again, we are doing it right. And what do we want this to do? So if you're doing research, because I want us to move away from award-winning ideas to actual solutions that solve real problems that affect low-resource settings, I'm building this for people that are going to be doing research. Students who are still studying using images of 19 those days. These diseases have mutated. Those of you who have gotten malaria know that the drugs we used to take when we were growing up are no longer the drugs we are taking right now, because the parasites have mutated, because treatments have to change to be able to treat the current. So people are learning, the doctors that are learning to treat us are using images of diseases that manifest in outdated ways. So can we have a data set that people can look at that can show how malaria manifests lately? But this can be used for training, for research, as well as diagnostics. So in all this, where is the impact? I mentioned at the start that I'm very, very big on impact. We want to enhance diagnostic accuracy and speed. Imagine you're coming from a village. Your basic doctor, the nurse at your village, is able to take your blood sample, prepare a blood slide, take an image, feed it into a phone, then it gives you results. 1, you're reducing the turnaround time. 2, you don't have to worry about limited expertise of the people because the phone is taking up the bulk of the work. But then also, we will be having better patient outcomes, and advancements in this space. Because if you're not going to spend a week waiting for your results as the disease advances, that means you're going to get timely treatment and then you're going to spend less money on your healthcare costs. So my ultimate goal is I want to be able to leverage data and technology to change the way we do the diagnosis and treatment of blood disorders. So, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yes, please.
My name is Stella Maris. For the rest of the days, they've been talking about IP in other angles, and now I feel you're talking about IP that relates to me as a scientist. I am a PhD student. I've just finished my PhD, and these are some of the things we've been looking at. I have a patent, but how does that patent come out of the lab to the industry? Who determines the blood disorders in Uganda? This may not be a question, but I want you to look at it in a broader sense. When we are talking about, let me put it where all of us can get it. Blood sugar, for example. The limits for the blood sugar, normal blood sugar ranges, right? Who puts those units? Who determines the units? Do those units work for Uganda and East Africa and Africa? Or World Health Organization goes around and says BMI, the body mass index, is this. So when you're this, you're obese. When you're this, you're less obese. You get my point, eh? So when we come back to designing solutions that are for us, the biggest question we always face is, who is controlling the broader market? You get my point? I have a patent which is leaning towards preventing colon cancer. But when I'm getting the standard, what I can say, the drug that I'm comparing my results with, I am buying the drug from a country that controls the production of anti-cancers. Do I make sense? So as you make that prototype, you're using it against statistics and data of a country that is producing new diagnostics kits and supplying them to Africa. I know that makes sense. So I want to understand, when we talk about this IP, especially in terms of marketability of our products, especially diagnostics, until we have a mechanism of controlling our data that affects our health care here, I feel like our innovations are hitting a ceiling. Who is designing this, the kit for getting malaria? You get it? India is doing it, China is doing it, US is doing it. So when, as a Ugandan, you collect data and say, Ugandans look like, their blood cells look like this when they have malaria, right? You're giving that information to who? To the person who is producing the kit. I don't know if I'm making sense. So I'm as a scientist, that's where I get a challenge. I got an opportunity to go to Malaysia to study in their labs. I've got an opportunity to visit quite a number of labs where they're doing colon cancer, studies, right? But as soon as I see the direction of my work, I realize that I am actually showing the people who are producing. You get it? Eh? So where is my breakthrough? Where is the thin line? I don't know if that made a question or a statement.
Thank you so much. So first and foremost, one of the things I like about Take. So to give you a bit of background, I did software engineering because before giving birth I was such a small-bodied human being. My friend was an electrical engineer and she went to install a solar panel. And the owner of the factory asked, are you the one who's going to install? No. Ask them to send me a man. So I remember telling myself, if I'm going to do engineering, because I'm big on creating solutions, I want something that someone cannot determine what I can do from my physique. So that's why I opted for software engineering. Now, to link that to tech. So the beauty with the advancements in tech, let's talk AI. When you create a convoluted neural network, all you need to do is to feed it images. And what is going to happen? Once you feed it enough images, it's going to have it's going to grow the ability to detect patterns. And it will be able to, over time, deduce and show you that, oh, there is a pattern here. Can you find out what is there? So as an African, the tides are changing. I think you can tell. The tides are changing, slow but surely. The fact that we are having the first Women in IP conference, I am hoping that it's not going to just stop at IP. It's going to probably get into research. It's going to get into how do we make this work for us. Some of the findings from these plenary sittings are going to be used to lobby for policy. So as a scientist, developing in a low resource setting, this is my belief. Do the work. Data does not lie. I understand there are all these things, but look at COVIDX. You all know what happened in COVID, how we were all in the bushes and pulling up all these things. But then we had COVIDX developed by a Ugandan for Uganda, and I am sure we used to line up and scramble for it. So if, sorry? Yes.
Had COVIDX maybe come out of India or China, it would have been a different story. You get my point?
So I think that
But
still
the
comes
story
back
is-
to us.
Yes.
And to answer your question, of late I have a newfound passion for something called commercialization. Why? A lot of smart people create stuff, but they do not know how to get it to the market. So as an innovator and an entrepreneur and a business person, I have made it my life mission to understand what commercialization of ideas is and support people creating. And at the moment, I'm doing a Harvard course on tech entrepreneurship, from idea to market. Like, how do you bring something from the lab to the market to have someone pay for it? And I did that because in the 3 years I've been working in a business development support environment, and I still see the challenges I faced 10 years ago are still the same challenges. What is happening, some of these young people are pitching their ideas and they're being taken from underneath their noses and implemented and people. So my mission, my new mission in life, I'm going through a process of a season of reinventing, is how do we support people? I love to call them the mad people, the people that come up with these ideas, these insane things. How do we support them to make money from their intellect? And I think a year from now, I'll be able to give you a more solid answer, because I think I'll be in a better place to support people that are creating ideas. Because we've had a patent for what? Since 2016? And we've not yet figured out how to commercialize it. So I do not want us to just continue saying, oh, I'm a patented inventor. No, I want us to start saying, I have a patent that is being licensed here, that's being licensed here, that's being licensed here, and I'm making money from it. And I believe as women, if we do more of this, other young women are going to look up to us and start saying, I want to be like her. I want to be like her. But the thing is, if no one does the work, it's not going to get done. So I decided to take up, the opportunity of I am going to learn. I know what it means to create. I know what it means to struggle, to find a working business model for whatever it is that you're building. So I want to be the person that works with the relevant authorities to do sufficient capacity building, to ensure that you have enough resources to support innovators, to make money out of their innovations. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. You have really, the convention will go on. The other one was something about award-winning ideas versus the practical ideas, the industry, which I think that is one of the biggest games Africans are playing. I work with the Presidential Initiative on Banana Industrial Development under the mentorship of Reverend Professor Florence Muranga. I got a scholarship one time to go to the US, and she told me, no, don't go. So I was very angry with her for some good time, and I was asking her why. I mean, I should have been in the US. But the idea was, what they wanted me to do was for them. So let me say the project runs from A to Z. I was going to run from, let me say C to D. I get my PhD and come back to Uganda. I would have been a high end because I've been to the highest labs, but I would never apply that here. So I think, I don't know who regulates this, but even the scholarships we get, you're going to work for them, but the ideas you get don't necessarily translate to us. And to make us feel very good, they give us awards, $10,000. They give you a trip, right? By the end of the day, the idea is gone. So now, it's my prayer, especially for us in academia, especially for like PhD students, you go to the lab, hustle through the night, you have data, it's patentable, but how you break through it is very challenging. How you get it out to make it commercial is very challenging. I pray that maybe in this conference we would have such a conversation. The other issue is about what we prioritize in terms of, you talked about, you're trying to look at the diagnostic, especially for the sickle cells, malaria, and all that, right? Have you connected to maybe the Ministry of Health? My idea for that is that I'm working with non-communicable diseases, especially obesity and diabetes. And then you realize that the way they rank these things, the way they rank the non-communicable, or the diseases we call the tropical diseases, the way they rank them is how they actually penetrate the market. So you may find that your concentration is on something the Ministry of Health will never give attention and will not get funding easily. There are days when you're working on HIV/AIDS, it was trendy. You'd get easily money. Lately, you may not, because we have moved past that. I don't know if that makes sense. So I feel like, did you consider that positioning of where exactly, is it sickle cells? Is it malaria? What exactly can easily give you the
funding?
The funding.
So I'll speak to that. I raised quite a number of, a significant amount of funding. I can boldly say I could have raised funding to a tune of 500K. But you see, that comes a point when you can no longer raise any more funding if you don't have something practical. The reason why I am obsessed, I'd like to use the word obsessed, with commercialization is if you can build a business out of whatever it is that you're funding, if you identify a gap, if you create an actual solution that solves a problem that is a very painful pain point for people and they're willing to pay for it, you're going to build something sustainable. I think for me, it's about sustainability. If you ask people who are raising money right now, the fundraising landscape is very rocky, extremely rocky. So the next thing I'm building, if I get the funds for research and development, well and good. Can I create data? Can I create something that the likes of Harvard, Duke, can reach out to me to ask for access? They pay to access it while I give it to them. And because we are looking, so because we build focused on funding, we build for them. The problems we have are not their problems. They do not have malaria. They do not have malaria. So I want to build a solution that can be scaled beyond Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. So for me, the funding is beautiful, but I'm not looking at the funding. I'm prioritizing building a scalable business using the knowledge I have acquired. And while I do that, I want to be able to support other innovators to build. Because if a day wakes up, just look at how all the mandates of these people, all the priorities are changing. Look at in the refugee space. Before they used to give them food. Now they're moving away from giving them food. So what am I trying to say? If you're building for their funding, then what do you do when their priority changes? And also the other thing I have learned is I think Africans, we underestimate our power. We underestimate our value. I have learned to say no to opportunities that I think are not in line with where I want to go. It is hard. Sometimes it is hard to say no to that check. But I have spent 7 years of my life building something that I had to tear down and rebuild again. And all the mistakes I did then, I am not willing to do them again. So, as Africans, how can we rally ourselves? I'll give you an example. I'm part of NAMBI. It's a community of a community of very ambitious Ugandans who are living across the globe. Those who are working with Netflix, Amazon, and the likes. And one of the things we want to do is to create a fund that supports African businesses to grow big. Because you see, the thing is, if they give you money, they have their goals, right? They have the things they want to do. But if you have a stake in it, if they're giving you 40 or 60 and you're contributing 40%, then you have a say. So maybe my question to all of us here, the women in IP, from here, what are we going to do to support the people that are going to create after us? As we sit, if we sit on our 10th Women in IP conference, what are some of the fruits we want to show for the 10 years we have been sitting and deliberating about issues affecting women in this space? So that's a question I'm leaving to you. What are we going to do to support people like her, to support people that have created the body toner, you know? And how are you, I'm curious, I would like to know, are you making money from it? Mm-hmm. Not yet. Do you have plans of making money from it? We're working on a plan. And I'm sure all of us here are also working on a plan. When Nancy was sharing, she said their project is 5 years. So us women sitting in the room, when the project by ARIPO closes after 2025, will we still be able to host our Women in IP conference? I'd like us to start thinking about these things, because until then, we are going to still design for them.
And when quick one, certifications. You know the certifications are actually controlled by them? ISO. So can Africa strengthen the certification so that our intertrade is actually strong enough and we don't have to depend on the markets? Because if then she has a body toner, trust me, that body toner will not cross the other side unless it meets the certifications. But those certifications are going to be made intentionally, not to favor you. You get it, eh? So we need to have an interplay where this IP thing also goes into the certifications. Yes, you can have the product, but it will not cross because you've not satisfied the certification bodies. So if we only strengthened our markets here so that our certifications can actually afford the maybe the AU certification, something like that.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. So I would like to speak, in 2014 when we were starting out, I'd like to applaud ARIPO. In 2014, the first time I attempted to get a patent, we had to go to ARIPO. And I think the first quotation I got was like $20,000 US. Guys, I was at uni. I was at university, you know, sometimes walking some distances to save a bit of transport, and you're asking me for $20,000 US. So why I want to recognize ARIPO and URSB is at least right now, if I wanted a patent, I have a place I can go. That was not here 10 years ago. Right now, if I wanted someone to draft for me a patent application, there are people they can point to. There's been, I think, as sharing with some of my colleagues at the back, and they say, WIPO has done a good job with capacity building. There are all these online courses. So at least we are making progress. And I would like to give flowers to where they are due. We have made progress there. I would like to thank URSB. URSB has always invited me to any IP-related events. And trust me, at each of those events, I learn something. At each of those events, I learned something. Today, we were all in a session before lunch that left us like, what are we doing with our lives? So I think all these are efforts and steps in the right direction. Because putting us in rooms like this, having us hear stories and what other people have made, it kind of also tunes your mindset in a different way. It gets you to think beyond your comfort zone and what you have seen. So I think the work is being done. It's just slow, but I would like to acknowledge that the work is being done. And while the rest of the players are doing the work, ask the people in the room, what is our role? What are we doing to ensure that more women are getting IP? We've had lots of presentations on women, IP, and SMEs. And I'm asking my question, are we doing enough? Can the woman in the farthest district in your country attest that you're doing work for them? As you roll out all these programs, are we thinking about the market woman who figured out a way to conserve her flour so that it doesn't get bugs and weevils? Have we thought about the market woman who sells tomatoes and has figured out a way to keep them for 2 weeks without going bad? I think those all are IPs. Yes, please. I think this will be the last one. Okay. There, and there was also one here. Yes, please. Okay. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Nancy Mupia Wachikoka. I'm from Namibia. I'm representing the Business and Intellectual Property Authority Board. I'm responsible for IP policy in Namibia. And what I can share with the rest of the ladies is, number one, we need to distinguish between patents for social returns and patents for commercial returns. Not all patents will give you a commercial return. We need to be very clear about it. Number two, we need to understand the market. Although we are on the continent, we are part of a broader market, the global market. And from my experience, we don't understand the market. we don't understand the economic landscape of the world globally. So we sit in our countries creating these fantasies that if I have an idea, I can actually make money from it. But it's wrong. We need to change that mindset because commercialization means you entering a business warplane. That's what it basically means. You have to go to war. And that's why I liked what Ms. Angela said this morning about having an IP strategy.
Yeah.
It's going to war. So you got to be ready. You got to analyze your landscape continuously. So I think it's like what I'm hearing is we all want to make money. Sometimes you can be a great inventor, but you might not necessarily know how to translate that into a commercial venture. So somewhere we need to draw the lines and just think about these things clearly. And why I'm sharing this is, as a policymaker, I don't just look at the interest of the inventor. As a policymaker, I'm representing 3 million citizens. So that means, and they come with different sectors. So that means when I craft a policy or when we start discussing policies, I have to look at the interest of the inventor, I have to look at the interest of the community, I have to look at the interest of the researcher most of the times. And then I have to find a middle ground. But at the end of the day, it's for those 3 sectors then to come up with a winning and sensible strategy. That's my contribution.
Thank you so much. Okay. Mark, 2 hands, is that okay? Thank you. There is one here and one there.
Okay, good afternoon once again. I'm so lucky to get the mic the second time. I'm Sebenzile Dlamini from Eswatini. So I plan to be very brief, but please allow me to give you a bit of background so that you can understand where I'm coming from. I work for government as an economist, and then the Chamber of Commerce, and my last formal employment before I started doing business was at the Innovation Park. And I actually filed a utility model that was granted by ARIPO without having been trained on how to go about the process. So I did everything online, didn't have to travel to Zimbabwe. And I really applaud ARIPO for playing that role in our ecosystem. Now, the challenge is the woman that I secured the patent for never commercialized it for the reasons that you have stated. And there is just so much, as Madame, I think from Namibia has just said, we need to train our countrymen on the commercialization as well. Because when this woman made the disclosure to us, I started introducing, the business principles, but I could tell that she was so keen to move really fast and disclose this information to a lot of people because she was eager to get funding. And that's how she never managed to actually commercialize, because all the people that she was telling, including some big companies in South Africa, actually took the idea and they started making the product. And then the other thing that I want to say is that I'm a founder and director of a not-for-profit organization called Women in Trade and Development in Eswatini. And I'm using the information and the knowledge that I acquired while employed by government and all these other entities to empower women, especially in my country, to understand the interconnection between business and intellectual property.
Yeah.
And what I have discovered, just like in the traditional SMME sector, is that sometimes as Africans we miss an opportunity to direct the development partners on where the funding should go. I've actually made calculations of how much money we spend in workshops
this is a good workshop, and I don't mean to discredit this kind of work because we need this. But if we were to take the amount of funds we direct to, workshops where we are delivering presentations, and the amount of money that we could channel to SMEs and inventors or upcoming innovators, I think we could start seeing a difference. Because right now, we all know that SMEs and inventors are high risk, and the formal lending institutions do not want to give them funding. But we have an opportunity to direct these development partners to say, okay, we need capacity building. But if you're going to give us 10 million US dollars, for example, can we split that amount so that some of it goes directly to the women and the young people that we represent, so that next year we can report on the effects of the support that you are giving to us? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your submission. Yes, please.
Yes. And thank you so much, my sister. I learned something from you, quick, to say no. The word that you said, to say no. And thank God I have been saying no to some opportunities. Because imagine, there is no money from my family. Somebody just comes in and say, let me help you. I'll get machines, I'll get this, I'll get that. To do the soap, can you train me? Boy, I asked her some questions that if I teach you to do this product, I want to be shareholder. Then the person said, no, you just train me that. I said, okay, how much do you have? The person said, okay, I have 20,000 as a start, but I will order for the machines. I said, okay, I think I'm not in that place. I said, no. So you talk about consent again, to ask the right people, meet the right people. In terms of medical, I'm a nurse. In terms of our own field, we have our own way of doing things, so that you will not get lost again the way you lost your slides. Remember, you talked about losing your slides, that they did not use it, right? I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
I have data that I cannot use because I did not collect ethically.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because of consent.
Consent and other things.
All right. Okay.
I call that that school fees I paid to learn, not to do that mistake again. It was a painful. Yeah, I did a Harvard course equivalent. Yes. So So that's my way of looking at that in that perspective.
No, that's fine. It's not a failure.
Yeah.
It's a stepping stone for you to learn more.
Yeah.
Now you've learned your mistake, and some of us have learned from you that we have to get consent in some areas. Because what you see is right. My own field, you will not see it right. So let me stop here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've had such a good time engaging with the submissions. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Let's appreciate Miss Bonita Nanziri one more time. Like we mentioned, we are learning, and these are people that are in the field, and these are the things that they are doing. These are the challenges they have encountered, the opportunities they have encountered, and it's good that we are sharing from all these. While she was speaking, we were joined by our Registrar General from Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and I am proud to report that she's one of the most influential CEOs. Not even women CEOs, but just CEOs in the country and in the region as well. Madam Mercy Kenowisho, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And she's our host as well here. And we appreciate you for joining us. She has been tuning in online as well. And she just joined in physically as we're going on in the afternoon. And right now we are going, so we started with the breakfast, with the presentations that were had. Then we had lunch with Dr. Julian's session and with Miss Bonita's session. Now we're getting into dessert. We're getting into dessert, and I am not worthy to take you through the dessert. So I'm going to invite Miss Nancy Samario from AFRIPI, and she's going to take us through a session. And the good thing is that each and every one of us actually got into this session where we were sharing our experiences, especially as entrepreneurs, as innovators and inventors and creatives. And the title is actually From Ideas to Market. I know these are the discussions that we have been having. Proudly, Uganda has a national IP policy, and we focus, we have an IP value chain that starts from generation to protection to commercialization and then enforcement. So I'm glad that we are having these conversations, and like Ms. Bonita was emphasizing, that the commercialization is very, very key as well when you have, when you have your intellectual property rights. So Ms. Nancy Samurio from AFRIPI is going to be taking us through this discussion, which shall be the last that we have for the day. And I encourage each and every one of us to participate as well. We have microphones that will be going around, and she'll guide this best. So let's welcome Ms. Nancy.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to acknowledge the registrar. Thank you very much. It's been a great day. And thank you for lining up very inspirational ladies. It has been amazing. So ladies, and of course the gentlemen amongst us, this is actually now the practical session. And I'm really honored that we are speaking and having this conversation. This is more conversational. It's us sharing ideas now, especially after listening to Dr. Julian Omala and Bonita. Very important questions have been raised, and I think, it tallies with what we are doing now, because we're saying, what is it that we wanted to do? You've got intellectual property rights, you've got your patent, just like Bonita said. So the question is now, how do we move these ideas, this intellectual property, to the market? So these are issues of commercialization, issues to do with scalability, issues to do with sustainability, so that at least we transform, because we don't just want people to have intellectual property rights, and then you stay with the patent and you're paying annual maintenance fees. Those who've got those rights, you know that you have to pay every year. So every time, you've actually created and you've registered, you want that something to give you a return on investment. So what we're going to do is we'll start first with those who've got experiences other than what has already been said, and perspectives on how they have encountered this transition from market, from idea to market. And helping me will be Susan from ARIPO. We'll be having these sectorial interests. ARIPO, of course, as you know, will be in charge of maybe formulating policy for ARIPO member states to see how this is an issue and how they can drive it forward. And then from my perspective as AFRIPI, we'll also be seeing how best we can then also, maybe in future plans or future activities of the EU, see how best to take this issue forward. So we will open the floor by just raising hands. Anyone with any experiences, we are emphasizing experience sharing. We are also emphasizing solutions, how you think we can move this conversation forward. So we will have the hostesses circulating the mics. Susan, you can come, because we're together. Anyone with any thoughts, especially positive suggestions on how in our countries we are doing these things, how we can move the conversations? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. But before I give my response in what we've done in my country and our experiences, are you asking about how we can move the conversation of IP for women forward, or what conversation, what are you talking of moving what forward?
Okay, so we understand intellectual property. Some of us have registered, but it's the issue of transition to commercialization. What are our challenges? What are our experiences? And how do we think we can move with the commercialization? So we want to understand what your experiences have been and what your aspirations are.
Okay. Susan? Okay, now that I have an idea of what really I really need to comment on, based on case studies back home, yes, we have several success stories. We have worked on various projects on empowering women. There is an industry that was thriving, and very little of effort had been put into That is the cottage industry. Out of experience, we realize that there's a lot that happens back at home for us women. So we had a project that we were working on with specifically women in the cottage industry. And we had to build capacity on IP coming from the IP office. And what we learned was that, like what has been shared really, it's not a one-man show, or rather it really needs to engage several partners. So for the better part of success stories, there's a famous former news anchor in Kenya, Terian Chebet. She started an industry on cosmetics back home as a cottage industry person. But we had an initiative of putting them together and empowering them. And the empowerment was not only on IP, it was on the entire value chain from idea. We had various stakeholders, including those that would assist in product development. We have our sister institution called the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. They have an opportunity for both assisting innovators to develop their products. And then after the product development, they also move you to the next level of incubation to enable you to use their facilities and finally develop these products that ultimately, by the time they are leaving you, they have really nurtured you into a step whereby you can move forward. Then beyond the incubation, other stakeholders also come into play. Remember, before you get into the market, there is the regulatory aspects. That's where the Kenya Bureau of Standards came into force. So as we were walking, or rather walking the journey of the cottagiers, we had to come together and speak the same language. A few years ago, we also had a project with several stakeholders, and unless I review, whereby we went ahead and looked for women. I think the initial project was ready to accommodate for 40 ladies who had ideas, and they wanted to move now from idea up to that level where at least they could get some money. So out of this was a very good story. It was quite successful, but it was hosted at KIRDI. KIRDI is the organization that is in charge of assisting from idea to the product. Then once you have developed your product, then the regulators come into play. The people in charge of branding, we have the KEPROBA, who are helpful in assisting SMEs, whether they are women or not, in branding. And then there's the regulatory aspects. All these come into play. And fortunately or unfortunately, back in my country, they all happen to be in the Ministry of Industrialization. So it was easy to work with them. Then afterwards, that's when they were being forwarded to KIPI to enable them acquire their IP. And from that story, the story of Biawe, I happened to, for the cases that I followed, we did more than 10 trademarks from that Biawe project of 40 women, and I think I'm aware of 3 patents. I'm not so sure of whether they were finally granted, but yes, these were filed IPs. And it's just because of the limitation of these projects. Like I was worried in the morning, I'm still worried. It's a project that wants to empower, but there is an ultimatum out of it. So if I go back to the previous presenter's question, after this, shall we be able to make it by ourselves? That is a question that we should answer ourselves, and it should be our take back home, so that we shall not always be banking on these projects, but let us build that capacity as nations, whereby you can take up these SMEs who are interested in producing products, take them all the way through the value chain until they are somewhere comfortable into the markets. And then the other thing that also eats up on SMEs is issues on maybe taxes and all that. That is, if governments and policymakers are able to intervene, make it so friendly that it is so easy for this SME to penetrate the markets. I think that is, those are some of the things that we have experienced and some of the things that we're still trying to address in empowering our SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I take a question, I think you raised quite a number of things that are important that I'll ask other participants to look into. There's the issue of the multi-sectoral interests in country, like regulatory, how we are servicing, are we giving a full ecosystem support to innovators? There's also the issue of training. Are we also training commercially our IP people in terms of tax, business incentives, and standards association? So let's also consider those. So let's pass the mic. I think there were quite a number of hands up. Yes, it's Nancy, Namibia.
Okay. Maybe just to share, in Namibia, we had a program that was specifically geared towards women. And we ran this program with WIPO. And it was called Namibian Women Entrepreneurs from Generation to Commercialization of IP Assets. So what we did is we selected 50 women from across 14 regions and then put them through the training from ideation. And then after that, we then whittled it down to 10 entrepreneurs. And the areas that we focused on was food processing and, of course, cosmetics, because we thought that we would want to work with what we have, you know, or what these women could find in their natural environments. So just to share the feedback that came out of the process, it took us about a year. These 10 women received mentorship, IP mentorship, and the first recommendation that came out of this exercise that we need to incorporate IP education, especially in our academic curricula, as well as into every entrepreneurial training programs that we have in the country. And number two was we need to strengthen collaboration across the various sectors. And then the last one was we need to measure the growth and profitability, as well as the socioeconomic impact of this program. And right now, I think we managed to get, I think, 4 or 5 registrations for trademarks, etc., for the products, and improve the branding, etc., of the products that came out of this training. But it's an ongoing exercise, and we will continue to measure and update accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a hand in the middle, and then we'll move to the last row on this side.
My name is Sarah. I work with the Research Institute and a business development center. So there is one of these programs that we're doing with academia, and I must say that yes, we're in this room, but we don't interact with each other in terms of key players. We all want to sit in our little corners and then get comfortable. Then when we come for workshops, we seem like we are on one page, and then we go back to our little corners. So this is what we do, is we borrowed an idea, it's called empathy mapping. So we practically take the student or SME, tell them, go to the market space, find out the real problem. And that's where the researchers are going wrong. I must say again, I'm sorry. You want to sit in your lab and imagine you're coming up with a solution that society needs. But who told you that's what society needs? So they'll go out for an hour and figure out the problem, come back in this room, sit down, and work around it, get a possible solution. Then they'll pitch that solution. And we just listen to their solution, and ask them to go back to the market and market that solution. So what are we trying to do? We are being practical. So after that whole exercise, they have feedback. They have walked the journey. They understand what society needs. Then they understand the business concept about it. So I think we need to get out of theory, and we need to get out of our courts as policymakers, as government workers. We are so comfortable. We don't want to mingle with the people that are outside to understand. We need to get down to their level and find solution for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
From the lab to the market, the experience we have had at the banana factory, we run a plant that processes bananas into flour, and then we use that flour for confectionaries, bread, cakes, and all that. And then we hope to export the flour. But that is a patent. I think it was registered several years ago. So the factory has been like going through stages of commercialization. And there are two challenges we have got. One is optimization. When you're in the lab, you can run your samples at lab scale and they make sense. But when they tell you to run them on a larger scale, so many players come in. So I think the idea of optimization is very important. So as you run your idea from the small scale running, which you call the piloting, you need to look at a larger scale and optimize. For example, things like where do you get your water, who is supplying the raw materials, for example. At one point, we were getting raw materials from farmers we knew. At other points, we had to form cooperatives because not everyone was going to supply us the bananas. At some point, we wanted to know how mature are the bananas. Everyone was bringing what they were bringing. So at the point of the conception of the IP, maturity index was not an idea. But along the optimization, now maturity is an idea because it affects many other factors. So optimization is very important. We need to find spaces where we can optimize. Number two, again, is certifications. Later on, we learned that there are certifications for flour, you're competing with wheat, and then we didn't have certifications specifically for banana flour. So we're being certified against wheat, which is an altogether different product. So we had to go back now to designing banana flour standards which were going to be mapped against. So again, when you're designing your IP, I don't think you think about some of these things. So for me, from the lab to the market, two things stood out: optimization and certifications.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm quite Adrina Gaba. I work with Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in Uganda. And I participate in varietal testing for breeders, basically breeders in Uganda. So I was trying to relate my point with that lady. I don't know her name, Sarah. What she talked about when she said, because I'm trying to see how the breeders have been doing, the past participation and now currently, where you would find a breeder thinks of maybe a maize variety, he develops a variety minus consulting, because there are different stakeholders. And at the end of it all, you need to know the product you're making is for who is the end user. So you would find he has an idea, he makes his variety, but at the end of it all, the end users are not like they don't like it. Here, what I'm meaning, like you involve the different stakeholders from the beginning as you're developing your innovation. Let me say a variety. Now here, how we're doing it, we make sure at least the breeders, what they're doing, they do participatory breeding, where by the time they reach the ministry for variety testing, they already know the end users want. If it's an early maturing variety, it's already there with value for cultivation and use and everything. So as we release the variety, the end users are comfortable with what? With using the variety. Then you sitting in your lab and think about that I can bring in a variety. At the end of it all, the end users are not comfortable with it. So I think as we innovate women and everyone around, we also need to start with what is our base and what are we targeting. And they should be in the know so that as you're innovating, they can also give you ideas, maybe an improvement or maybe another different thing. So I think we just need to make sure different stakeholders participate, especially the important ones. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for that perspective on plant varieties and plant breeding. So we continuously have an issue of intersectorial connection. It's quite interesting that it's coming out. And yes, madam, you can go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Caroline from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So my contribution is answering the questions that was posed previously about what is happening in our countries to the SMEs who are in the grassroots sector to know and to implement about IP. So where I'm coming from in Zimbabwe, I would want to give flowers to our trade, to this organization that is called ZimTrade. It's the trade facilitating parastatal in our country. So it has this incubation programs that takes SMEs who are from grassroots, then they train them export development. So in the process of training them, that's when they talk about IP. So I'm sitting here because I'm a product of one of their programs, which is the Next She Exporter program. So they took women from all the provinces who had potential to export. So when we were in the export development program, that's when we learned about IP. We didn't know, we were in business and the sectors were different. I'm in crafts, some were in snacks, some were doing leather. We were so many different product lines. So taking us from that, we learned about IP and now we are using IP and we thank them for that. But the problem now is we only got to know about IP in terms of protecting our products. But how to commercialize? Now I realize that it's no longer the mandate of ZimTrade, but now ARIPO and AFRIPI, if you can collaborate with them, then have the same incubation hubs, maybe that is more or less like that of the export development, so that you can train the SMEs better. Because like now, most of the women that we spent a year on in this trade and investment program, they only know about protecting their products, but they don't know about commercializing. They don't know about the other factors that I'm learning here. So it is my plight, it is my plea to ARIPO, to AFRIPI, if you can take us a step further, hold our hand, take us further so that we make an impact. Coming from the grassroots, we can make it. Because the problem that is there, most people, they don't have information. They don't have the awareness. But if you link yourself to this organization, each and every year, they have women from all different 10 provinces that they train. So if they are done with those women, then you take those women up from where the Zimtrade had left. I think Zimbabwe will never be the same again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. If I may just pose an extra question to you. I think it's interesting that that training was done, and it's a good thing. But from your training, were you taken through IP, the importance of IP registration process, IP rights maintenance, and then IP enforcement, or the training was just an introductory training on IP? Can you comment on that?
For me, I can say it was an introductory segment on IP, because like I'm saying, this incubation hub was for a year, and we were not like attending lectures every day. It was maybe 4 days a month. We had assignments, then the next month we had 4 days. So you would find that we had so many slices of cakes to take away from. So if I remember very well, our lessons on IP, I'm sure they were just done on a day.
Okay.
So within that day, we didn't grasp everything, but all we were left with, we need to protect our products before we take them out, because their main mandate is to equip us to be export ready. So they were only targeting on us having our products protected so that we will be ready to export. But when it comes to commercialization and the other language you are talking now, it's Greek to us. And I think we really need to know all that, and things will move. Yes.
No, thank you, Caroline. It certainly does help us, in like policy formulation, to see how much of the training, the scope, the content that we can recommend. Thank you. There's a hand there for the mic.
Good afternoon. This is Gloria from Rwanda. I just want to share a story of one of our members that has used the traditional type of products, but she had an idea, and an idea that artisans would not have by themselves. And I remember her case, I've followed it. So in Rwanda, we are known of making woven baskets, something that we have in common with Uganda. And what she did was to introduce a line of earrings. Actually, it's not the one I'm putting on, but I did bring it. And it had something unique, like what she did is that she had to make few adjustments so that it comes out nicely, so that it can have a certain beauty, and it can take longer. And I remember before even releasing her line of products, she had first of all to study the market in Rwanda, but in the international market, especially with the US. And then she followed all the processes, and I think RDB, Inzuki Design. So the company is called Inzuki Design. And she followed all the steps, like she made sure that the designs were copyrighted. And then another thing what she did was, is that with all the research that she did in the US market, she discovered that there was a niche of accessory for decoration. And again, what she did is that we have what we call, it's this type of wall hanging made of cow dung. And what she did is that we usually have it in different colors, black and white, dark burgundy. And what she did is she used other colors, and she had to use other shape. Like she made like a pot we didn't have a pot made of cow dung. So she introduced a line of woven earrings, and then she introduced a line of woven wall hanging with different colors that we don't always see. Because entering the US market, you have to make sure that the design, the products are protected. So, and her business has been going on so well that she positioned her business and her product as a luxury company, like that offers luxury company. And again, entering the US market, she focused and identified companies that want luxury line of products. So it's possible, but in Rwanda we are still sensitizing people to really dig deep, come up with something different. So it's something that we have to keep on saying, sharing. Personally, myself, when it comes to IP, I've learned through ARIPO, but I would say it's quite a journey. We need to do a lot of research, making sure that we are different to others. So it's something that we have to keep pushing and finding information, and then understanding even what the clientele is looking for, especially when we are targeting a specific clientele, understanding what are the categories of, for example, colors. There's those who don't want many patterns, things like that. So I wanted to share that story, that it's possible, but we don't have, one of the challenges that we still have, especially in the craft sector, is that there's need of really having another type of program that we really make a follow-up, but even sharing some updates of the changes that are happening, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And the mic can go to the next lady. Sorry, please, Asha's assist the mic.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Adelaide da Graça from Sao Tome and Príncipe. I work at Intellectual Property and Quality Service, Senapic STP. So in our office, we assist the women with trains, technical assistance, and sensitization about benefits from protection of IP rights. This sensitization can be done individually or by trade fairs. But it is important to say that in our law, we have our fee is reduced to 75% for patent application and utility models for people that don't have financial resources sufficiently. So we have this benefit for them. So in this regards, the application was increased in our office, especially the application done for women. Also, we are now working with WIPO in the project IP Woman Entrepreneurs, branding, product development, and commercialization. So in this project, we have 20 women that we are assisting them to create a trademark and resist the trademark in order to commercialize the products safely in the market The market can be a local market or also international market. So we have successful in these areas to assist and sensitize women. So in my country, we are seeing the application of IP assets increase in these regards. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sao Tome. Did I see any other hand there? Eswatini?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tsepsile Makakula from Eswatini, Intellectual Property Office. I just want to share some case studies in Eswatini. We have Eswazi Secret, a natural beauty product, which is the Eswazi Secret is a successful brand in Eswatini, founded by a woman entrepreneur. And that woman is the Queen Mother of the kingdom, the mother to His Majesty the King Mswati, the dad of the country. The Queen Mother, our Queen Mother, loves women so much. So she tried by all means to help women to grow in their businesses. So the company, which is the Swazi Secret, specializes in producing and promoting natural beauty and beauty products sourced from indigenous plants and herbs from the region. That product that they use, that herb that they use, or maybe that plant, we call it emakanu in Siswati, which is amarula fruits. That product came from that marula fruits. So the founders saw an opportunity to create a brand that celebrates local ingredients and traditional knowledge. From the initial idea to develop a line of skincare and beauty products using local sourced ingredients, Swazi Secrets focused on building a brand that was able to create unique formulations and products that resonate with consumers looking natural and ethical sourced beauty solutions. In terms of intellectual property protection, Swazi Secrets recognize the importance of safeguarding its brand identity, formulation, and product designs. The company invested in registration trademark for its brand name, logo, and product names to establish a strong brand presence in the market and prevent unauthorized use of its intellectual property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another hand down there. And as you go, I'll just mention some of the highlights that I have picked so far, which we are looking at. Women are looking for linkages. They want to know, where can I protect? How do I protect? Where do I go? Do these women know where they can go, where they can protect? Do they know what the issue is in the market? For example, someone down there mentioned about going to the market to do a research. This research, when we do IP, we are always looking for a problem. We are trying to solve a problem in our community. So that's a good thing. But also we have to remember that even when you go do a research and come back, you must protect and you must treat it with secrecy until you have protection. I'll give an example that we see many times when we do exhibitions. You have SMEs come to maybe a trade fair and they're talking about their products, and and they will freely give information about what's in there and how they made it. And sometimes we do come in and try and tell them, by the way, you're not supposed to do this because once you do this, this is out in the public. And nowadays, I don't want to say we have a lot of people coming. We have Chinese, we have many people coming. And soon after you have disclosed, you see it in the market because they have the resources and you don't. And they're able to produce faster. So as we go on, we look into all this. There was the creating linkages, linking people so you know where to go, how to do it. I will give an example of what we are trying to do also at ARIPO. We have now, I think it's been mentioned before by Nancy, we are working with IP communicators. Not all offices have IP communicators, someone in the role of communications. Some work with the communicators from the ministry, and some just work directly with the media. So in our training, we have incorporated communicators and journalists. And we have been training them for them to understand what IP is, to recognize IP in the community, and to be able to tell the stories about IP, what people are doing, but also about the importance of protecting and commercializing. So it's something we're working on. It's going to continue. I think you've seen an advert that we've been running in between breaks about an award we have, which will be issued out during the Admin Council, which will be held in the Kingdom of Lesotho. That is another incentive that we're trying to do to encourage people to write about what's happening. And that way, we are able to reach many more people, your grandmother, your neighbor, everyone, so that they can understand. So we are trying to demystify IP. Yeah, there was also another issue raised about IP not being in the curriculum. It's still something that we are working with our member states to see how that can be incorporated, because most of us, I'm sure, we got to learn about IP maybe as a unit when you're in uni, and sometimes maybe you didn't even know about it until you're out in the field and you're trying to do business and somebody tells you about IP. So it is a lot, but we're here to listen to how best women can be supported to come from the idea to the market and to ensure that you actually benefit from your products. So we'll continue. There was a hand up, yes? And then we'll come to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gisela from IP office at Mozambique. And I would like to thank you, all the speakers, for the ideas. Today was a great day. And secondly, I would like to express our gratitude to AFRIPI because they gave us a lot of support to register our first industrial geographical indications. And for us, it was a success story because local community have the opportunity to benefit with their product. And the challenge is there, the commercialization, and we need to follow up to see if they are building the IP strategies. The challenge is there. And regarding to the question, Mozambique has a lot or several success stories regarding protections of IP. I can mention first of all, a story for an inventor of ambulance chair, which have the opportunity to help a community, which the village that doesn't have access to ambulance. It was a success story. But regarding to women, we have registered a patent of women which invent a process of making flour based on the peel of banana. And this was a success story on Mozambique. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I was prompted by the fact that ARIPO is going to we are going to host ARIPO in Lesotho in the coming month, and I am very grateful for that. And the admin council, let me be specific. In Lesotho, we have developed a national IP policy. This is an inclusive document because all the time we've been running what we refer to as an IP registry, and we didn't want that because people didn't know about IP. So what we used to do is just register, submit applications to ARIPO, and then wait for the results, and that was it. Now, in the IP policy, there are many role players. There are women, clusters of women and researchers as IP generators, innovators, judiciary, law enforcement agencies. It's an all-embracing document. And we are expecting that now that many role players will be there, we will take IP to another level. We are seeing women registering their industrial designs and their trademarks. And for us, we are preparing to educate them on commercialization of the their products. And we are even more happier that after the admin council, we will be preparing to educate. We will be preparing for ARIPO to educate our IP practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Kenya. I would encourage that we at least hear from each country here so that we get to understand what your challenges are and the support that the women in the country would need. I think that would be a good way to also see if we can learn from each other by having like an exchange program where you share ideas on how it has worked in your country. Yes, Belinda.
Okay, Susan, thank you. I think what just came up after I had shared my initial experience was we had a challenge on, yes, once we have granted the IP, what next? That's a question that we keep on been asking ourselves, and then the entrepreneurs will also ask the office. So after the IP, just like the success story we saw from Dr. Juliana, you remember how out of her own procedures, or rather out of her own entrepreneurship journey, she has really transformed the society. So the thing is, we were asking ourselves as an office, as we administer this IP, is there a mechanism of really identifying, or rather giving credit to IP to this business? Can we monitor and evaluate the impact of IP to these businesses? Whether it's in terms of the value, has the IP added any value to the entrepreneurship, or rather to the business? Has there been any gain in form of enforcement, for instance? Because personally, I had an experience of, in Kenya, we have the words bazoo. Bazoo is slang to mean you're a great person. When I call you bazoo, I mean you are great. So bazoo is a very common word that was used in the streets. Every other person would call when I want to give you some form of respect, not in a formal setup, but the informal setup, I call you bazoo. So we commonly used this word such that Airtel, the telecom company, opted to introduce some form of enticing credit, calling it bazoo. Shock on them, there was an artist who had protected this trademark bazoo. So as the Airtel was misappropriating this bazoo, it was enforced. And Airtel was slapped with the 6 million pay for damages. So this is a case where it's an indication that, yes, there is an impact in gaining IP. Your business gets to gain something out of acquiring IP. So our challenge is on how do we measure the impact of IP into these businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any more input? Yes, go ahead.
For the third time now. Okay, I just want to add to what my colleague submitted. We have several trademarks that have been secured by enterprises in Eswatini. And the products are traded globally now. Some of you might be aware of Black Mamba, if you attend food expos, for example. And we also have some woven products traded as Gone Rural. What we have observed is that these entities, these are private entities that managed to secure the trademarks because they had access to hybrid financing. And that is why I really believe this is important for SMEs. Because just like the testing of the products to secure standards, they cannot access loan financing to secure intellectual property. So I think that it's important for our IP offices to work closely with the SME units so that when we design or reform our SME policies, we can ensure that we really advocate for the provision of hybrid financing, especially at the early stages and market validation stages of the businesses. So what we are seeing is that due to the network poverty that most SME owners face at early stages, especially if they are undereducated, by that I mean if they don't have a college degree or they come from, you know, the most rural parts of the country, they tend not to even know how to express their needs when they are in government meetings where funding tools are being discussed. So when we meet to develop the policies or validate those policies, they are not able to articulate how exactly these financial policies or financial instruments that are managed by the development funding institutions, the non-commercial banks, should be so that they can cater for these aspects of the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Liberia and then Malawi.
Thank you, Susan. We will continue to talk about IP, and IP. But I think we have to blend IP with business, people who have business background. Because I've encountered SMEs who we try to train them in IP, but they are into business. They don't even have a business model. They don't have a plan. I'm from an IP background. I will be speaking to them on IP, but I think we need to balance the equation that they will be able to understand the business aspect, not just taking the product, carrying it in the market, but they need to have a plan, whether we take it from stage one, adding the IP knowledge, protecting, and selling their product. So with that, it will be able to help them because just talking about protection, yes, after protection, what next? How are they commercializing? Do they have a business plan? Do they know where they want to reach? We need to ask all of these questions, and if we have answer to this question, I think it will help. Because with the ARIPO is going to my country next week, and it will be training SMEs on intellectual property access management. So they will just be looking at us like this, but we need to balance. You need to have somebody from their sector to speak to them. For example, you will go to the bank for loan. They will give you $10,000. You want to monitor the $10,000, maybe this month, you should be able to take from $10,000 to maybe $11,000. That's the commercialization we're talking about, not just taking the loan and say, I took a loan. You took the loan. What have you done with the loan? Are you making profit with the loan? Are you making profit with your IP assets? Maybe you have 2 or 3 IP assets. You want to know which one is actually making more money. So we have to have all of these discussions, not only talking about intellectual property protection. Yes, we want to have more awareness on intellectual property protection, but once it comes to commercialization, we have to bring other stakeholders to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to you.
Thank you. I'll actually build from where you're starting. The need to bring other stakeholders. I come from the private sector, but from listening here and looking back home, there is expertise in IP, especially on the government side, the registrar's office, but there is no awareness. Yesterday, I was inspired by UNDP presenting, so immediately after hearing that, I reached out to a contact in UNDP. She's high level, and she's responsible for building capacity of SMEs in Malawi. So I shared the agenda, and she said, wow, this is very interesting. If you had told me before, we were going to sponsor someone to come. So already, that shows there is interest. So I'm going back, also inspired by the lady who presented in the morning. It's not about me only, it's about the nation. So I'm going to use the position that I have, or the linkages that I have, to support the office from the government to lobby for more stakeholders to take part in, especially on increasing awareness. Also because the Malawi government is already pushing the industrialization agenda and the commercialization agenda. Actually today I understood commercialization from a different aspect, because where we are, we just think buy machines for, because I'm in the agri, for processing and all that. But the way we've discussed it, I'm now better equipped to go and mobilize and advocate and push that more SMEs get to understand this and how it can also protect our ideas, but most importantly, be able to make the money out of it, just the way she emphasized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll take a few more presentations. I have Zambia? Sorry.
Tanzania.
Tanzania. Pole.
Asante. Thank you. So my name is Vincencia, and I come from the National IP Office. That's Business Registrations and Licensing Agency, the like of URSB. Back to the discussion, I think in Tanzania, for instance, the push was so much into protection, because we realized that if you don't protect, I think that's the first step. And we've done, I think, a commendable job making sure that the way we partner with R&D institutions, with the universities and SMEs, and women in particular, the protection part has really paid off. Now the question is, how do we move to commercialization? And I think for one reason, I'll have to thank COVID-19. It was a blessing in disguise, because a lot of staff moved from the papers, from the labs to the market, especially when it comes to the traditional medical stuff. We've seen researchers producing or commercializing repellent and so forth stuff. But now the question for us has been, how do we bring in all these efforts and have, say, a database of the products that have been commercialized? Or how do we map and put on the map the innovators who have commercialized the research or the innovations, inventions and stuff? But then, so we came up with a unit. It's called Business Support Unit under the IP Industrial Property Office. And with BSU, what we do, we support innovators. So we've set up programs with R&D institutions, but also we work under the PPP, private-public partnership with, for instance, we have Tanzania Women Chamber of Commerce, and they go around training 100 women in each region. So personally, I've actually participated in training these women. So from February this year to, I think, June, we've trained, I think, over 1,000 women on, among other things, intellectual property. But now we are moving now to a next stage of commercialization. And I think this is where partnership or support from other players comes in, because with under the BSU, we are going now to dig deeper and dive into commercialization and supporting the researchers. We have the, say, part of the skills, but we need also support in terms of the skills, but also in terms of like going around training, especially these women. So for the past few years, the idea of having the database of how many people have trained, the idea of having the point where people can access information on how to commercialize, but also having a networking event between business people or industries with innovators, I think is also key. So we are venturing into that. And perhaps when we meet in the next meeting, maybe next year, we'll have I think many stories on how we've moved from the protection to commercialization.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more? No? Oh, okay, yes.
Thank you. So I think mine is more of a, I don't know if I can call it a comment or an observation, but I think that's really striking to me is the issue related to depth of education or awareness related to intellectual property rights and how they can be utilized as a tool for development. I think perhaps we've focused so much on issues related to protection and not emphasized the linkages beyond protection in order to develop products or services that are ready for the market. So I think that one was one. The other was one that, and also just to emphasize that IP in itself is not enough. You have to go beyond just IP as a tool. But how do you use it and interlink it with other issues? And I think from this meeting, this aspect of commercialization has really come out. And for me, it's confirmed some thinking I've had over time that perhaps moving the argument from just IP to intellectual property and wealth. And wealth, not just in monetary terms, but beyond social solutions for our societies where we're coming from, because a number of us are coming from poor countries. The largest number of LDCs in the world are on the African continent. Then the other was, and I think the emphasis on the types of intellectual property rights. Many of the meetings that I attend, there's how can I put this? There's little focus on what would be suitable for Africa. So when you go to an IP training, there will be discussion on patents, and patents have a very high standard for protection. And then but there are alternatives like utility patents or petty patents, utility models or petty patents. We're not discussing those, but those would be much more appropriate for an African context because the standard of protection is much lower. And then it allows for the possibility of adapting technologies that are affordable and accessible for our context. So I think there should be more emphasis on what suits our context and local needs. And lastly, issue related to rules formulation. One of the challenges, I think, for most African countries is we adopt rules, including intellectual property rules, as they exist in developed countries, on the assumption that IP functions in a context where there is a one-size-fits-all model, when in fact it isn't. So I think it would be good, as you provide support, to also consider possibilities for formulation of IP rules or reformulation, and also aspects related to harmonization, but for rules that are more tailored and suited for our context, rather than copy and paste. And I will give you an example with plant variety protection. There is the famous or infamous UPOV model that most countries are adopting. But when you look at the local context and how the seed system works, that's a system that was formulated for European countries. It is not best suited for an African context. But nobody is talking about, what challenges those IP systems will create in our countries. So I think let us be open about discussing suitability of IP systems in our local context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would like us to end with that contribution, actually very, very powerful contribution, looking at saying that IP is not enough. That is true, IP is not enough. We need to look at what we can do. There's much, much more we can do. And for that, I could say that first we need to note that IP is all around us. So there's nothing that we can't do. IP is all around us. What we need to do is just to make and improve on what is around us. And that IP is business. If you have any other kind of business, you'd want to grow it. You want to know what are the latest developments in terms of what's going around. So it's the same concept with IP as well. So from this meeting, I think from these discussions, I think they've been very rich. There's been a lot that has been said here. But some of the key things that I have picked is that we have successful IP cases from our countries, but sometimes we have disconnection. And some of them go to a level where they achieve much, but they don't go beyond because they don't know what next. So here we are looking at what can be done. We need to create the linkages from the IP office to the regulation bodies to whoever is involved when it comes to IP and business, so that we can be able to gain much, much more from what we have. And the other I've picked is that this going beyond also is after projects, what comes next? So there is a lot of isolation, or rather people working in silos, and we need to bring that all together. The other was on IP education, and you kind of looked at it very well. We need to relook into the IP curriculum, or come up with definitions, information, and go beyond what to do after IP. I think that is also a challenge to us as ARIPO. We do have the ARIPO Academy that offers the Masters in IP. Maureen talked about the courses yesterday. I think we could go beyond that and also come up with, standalone courses that can be utilized, that can be simplified enough so that they address some of the challenges for SMEs, for innovators, for creators, because some of the terrains are slightly different. We also looked at the issues of the challenge of optimization and certification, and also incentives. I think if we offer incentives, they can encourage more people coming into IP. Just to take a note that globally, if you look at the WIPO statistics over the past maybe 10 years, Africa has only had applications at 0.06%, only from Africa. And from that percentage, I'm sure the number of women filing is minute. So we need to really, really beef up what we can do to encourage that. I think I will end with that. I don't want to go into patent drafting, but that's also another area that needs to be looked at so that when people file, they ensure that their applications are not falling off because of the quality. So I would like to thank you all. Please clap for yourselves. I can see there is a lot going on, but also I can see the time is moving. We shall continue next time. Mark, please. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Susan again, and also Nancy, who had to just step out and attend to something urgent. Thank you so much for taking us through this session, and thank you all for the experiences that you have shared, each and every one of you. And I like the discussions that are happening, just going forward, what we can do better as well to find solutions that are best suited for our situation as well. So give yourselves another round of applause for participating in this. And coming to the end of day 2. And so as we end day 2, this isn't on the program, but we thought it befitting as well as just as we have our host with us, we wanted to just come and greet you, say a word or two, because we'll also be hearing a lot more from her. Come tomorrow, day 3, which will also be another exciting day. So let's all welcome the Registrar General of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Ms. Masike Keino-Wisho. I will not mention all the other titles, lest I find myself in problems, but I like to call her the General of Generals.
The General of Registrations, not of the Army. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you stand up for 1 minute? We sit a lot. And for us as women, we have so many responsibilities, even the men that are in the house. Just do a bit of stretch as we conclude the day, but also thank God for the gift of life. Wow. I think that stretch gives us the energy to go through these 2 minutes of my present. You may resume your seats. A good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing that since yesterday, throughout today, and tomorrow, we are all having discussions that relate to women in IP, women in innovation, women in science, women in technology, women in business, basically women in everything. Because intellectual property relates to every sector and affects every space of our community, including our household. And as women, I want us to reflect on a journey. Just take that journey from your bed, let's start from the kitchen. In your house, walk through the entrance of your main door, through your kitchen, I'm just using the infrastructure of the African houses, through the living room, the dining room, through the bedroom, then get out in the compound, and everywhere. Tell me where IP is not. Tell me anywhere. Because when we are promoting intellectual property, we are telling the policy makers, you are telling the grassroots person that intellectual property affects every part of our livelihood. Imagine a kitchen without a device for cooking, even if it is the famous fire-powered or charcoal-powered stove for those, of course, that are not climate friendly, but also taking into consideration the different levels of our earnings. So right from the kitchen to our dining space, and the dining can be on a mat. When I'm talking about the dining, I'm not talking about the table, because in the African context, sitting on the mat, the plate that we use, the microwave for those advanced homes, the cooker, the gas technology, and all the technologies and stoves and all the cooking devices that are being developed actually by women and all marketed by women. Go to the living room, a modern living room with a flat screen that projects all the news. Even before you got the flat screen, go to the smartphone. You get everything on your phone. Go to the computer gadgets that our children run and learn from. Go to the cleaning items, the modern, every day we see modern mops coming up. Those that have squeezers, you don't have to bend, you no longer have to bend. But of course you have to see how you can work out. We have physicals that you can get online, on TikTok, on these platforms, and work out and stretch. You don't have to even go to the gym. So everything has been brought to our table, reduced into a phone space or any other technology for us to enjoy. But behind all these items and technologies, there are women, there are men, there are children, there are teenagers, there are Gen Zs. Discussions without Gen Zs and considering youth are null and void because they are the majority in Africa. Behind these technologies, there are educated women. There are women that have never gone to school. There are women that have had just basic literacy and education. There are women that do not know even how to write, but they have the intellect to create. Behind all these systems are powered women that have been here since yesterday, today, and tomorrow, that are sharing experiences, practical experiences. And when you look at our registers, it doesn't speak to that. There are still few registrations done by women. Where is the gap? The opportunities are here. I was speaking with my girl, Musitwa, Colleen. There's too much opportunities for us, for each and every person, for every human being, for every woman in this continent of Africa to do something. Look at the businesses. Look at the display centers that we had yesterday. Tanya, one of the most beautiful Muchiga, stand up for recognition. This is a girl who is doing great. She innovated the washable sanitary towels out of she runs several businesses. She's an influencer. She even models for beautiful products as a face. You see her face, all these big products. Her face alone fetches her millions. Before even she uses her pen. Yes, please come here, Tanya. I am saying this because these are the realities. She came up with a sanitary washable where just out of that, and it got an award. And thank you for making it. Maybe just 1 minute. Since you're my in-law, you know Bachiga. I have Bachiga children, so say something. Bachiga are never shy.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mercy is one of the ladies in town that I look up to. She is very eloquent. You've called me to talk about myself, but just give me 1 minute to talk about her. We have 3 things in common. I don't know if you know that. We kind of all like looking nice. You can see how she's dressed, the details. We love the latest gadgets. Yeah. And yeah, okay. And we love elevating women, both of us. I'm so happy for your invitation. You told me to talk about my products. I manufacture reusable sanitary pads. I was actually invited here as a guest, and I requested to exhibit because who can talk best about my product besides me? So yesterday, that's why I was in uniform and talking about my product. We are trying to fight menstrual poverty in Uganda. You understand most girls lose on school time because they don't have the products to use, which are quite affordable. And during COVID, we had an increased number of teenage mothers, and these women definitely can't afford even the diapers for their children. And that's how I started this innovation of the reusable products that are quite affordable and safe for the environment as well. What more can I say, Mama?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll continue to support you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tanya. She represents a group of elite girls, the girls that have gone to school but still want to innovate. thank you very much once again. And indeed, we love elevating women. Wherever women are, I don't know where this thinking and perspective came from that women don't support fellow women. I don't know where it came from. We better dispel it. Women support fellow women. And if you're a woman and you're not elevating another woman, then you may not see heaven. I'm not going to, but let's support one another. I also have a special person in this room. Chairperson, Patience. I know you're looking at me, your time cautious. She's our chair, my boss, regulating. Give me 2 more minutes to conclude this. Madame Nabakoza, she's the secretary of the Law Council and the Ministry of Justice. Please come and greet these ladies. She's a lawyer, a distinguished lawyer. She's the one that renews our practicing certificates. This morning, even when we were following what it was here, we were upstairs attending the lawyers' annual conference as lawyers, and we were together. Please come and speak to these women. I know my practicing certificate for this year is already renewed, even when it's not a requirement in my practice, but at least you're very welcome. She's a powerful lady.
No, I'm a normal lady. Thank you, Mercy. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mainly ladies. Yeah, we are at the top. I'm happy to see the group that is here, and I was upstairs with her. I decided to come in and see what's going on here. I have a friend from Zambia, Chanda, so I wanted to see what's going on here, and I'm happy to be here. And the Law Council, we emphasize ethics for lawyers and discipline for lawyers. We are a regulator of legal education, a regulator of the profession itself, the lawyers in the profession, continuing legal education in the universities, legal education in the postgraduate bar course. That's the regulation we do. And I'm happy to have this opportunity to meet great minds from women. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Secretary of the Law Council, for those kind remarks. And as I conclude, I know we will continue the conversation tomorrow. I'd like to take special recognition of my colleagues, starting with the Honorable Member of Parliament from Lesotho. I don't know whether she shared her experience, but I saw her step out. She was beautifully dressed in an African attire, Honorable Mapo. Then my colleague, the Director General of the Intellectual Property Office of Liberia, Honorable Gomai Kobai. My colleague, please stand up. She's the Director General of Intellectual Property Office. And in their country, they are honorables. Here, please, can you start calling me honorable? I'm kidding. Thank you very much, my colleague. We have the Chief Assistant Registrar General for Malawi, Ms. Violet Chibambo. Oh yes, my friend, my colleague for many years. We have the Minister Nyakeni from Namuli, the Deputy Minister for Commerce and Administration in Liberia. Yes, Honorable Minister, you're very welcome. Being minister at a young age, we welcome you in your capacity as the Deputy Minister for Commerce. These are networks that we need. We have the Acting Director of Industrial Property of Mauritius, Mr. Rajiv, my friend. Yes, my friend, my colleague. You're very welcome. We have Ms. Sonia Dot, the Director of Intellectual Property, Cape Verde. I think she stepped out, a tall brown lady. We're in Cape Verde about 2 months ago. We had a good time there. My colleague, Madame Margaret Nabakoza, the Secretary of the Uganda Law Council, she's just talked to you. And all of you special ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to recognize you, but we appreciate you for this session. And we have to release you today now so that we are prepared for tomorrow. And the MC will give announcements of the rest of the program going through to today and tomorrow. I wish you the very best.
Let's appreciate Honorable Mercy. KK Innovation. I am speaking prophetically as well, you never know. You never know. But we appreciate you, our Registrar General. And as we come to the conclusion, we have come to the conclusion of day 2. I'm going to ask the technical team to once again display, because we are coming back to this throughout the day. I know we have been discussing, and like the Registrar General also mentioned, that in our home, IP is everywhere. IP is everywhere. Let's not forget that. Do we have that? So, as we look at that, let us be inspired. Because this changed the world, it changed my world. And and I'm also sure it has changed your world. So even as we look for solutions and innovations, be inspired that sometimes the solutions you're looking for are right there in your home. Have a good evening. We'll see you again here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and take some time to just enjoy the place as well. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare
2 very important announcements. One, we do have some tea for you as well. Tea, coffee, a coffee break right outside, still in the same place. And then tomorrow, let's just make sure we are all here, still in the same hall by 9, so that we start on time and go through the program, because we have some other exciting things as well for you in the day. So if we are here on time, we'll be able to run through our program smoothly as well. And I'm going to ask Lynn to just come make an important announcement as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be very quick. The